I think it's about time I start becoming a Fate weeb. I've dedicated too much, like, I guess, time to the series, whether it's through the Fate Samurai game, whether it's through Fate Zero, whether it's through Fate Unlimited. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck. Get the fuck out of here. No. I tried to get a link to the stream, damn it. I didn't want this fucking replay shit to happen to me. Fuck you. Thanks for ruining my intro, me. Fuck. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I watched Fate Zero. I watched Fate Unlimited Blade Works. I watched Fate Heaven's Feel. I have not seen the original Fate anime that covers the Fate route, which is basically the Saber route. And that's what the first playthrough is on. So I am looking forward to it. I'm sure there's plenty of missed content. I know from experience that watching or viewing something that's as lore dense as this through the original source material is a way better experience than watching it through like an anime. So it was the case with Mushoku Tensei. It's the case with Overlord. It's probably going to be the case here. So we'll see how that goes. But without further ado, let me get this thing pulled up. Come on, game. Recognize. Thank you. All right. Let's bring this up a bit. Oh yeah, I started with the prologue a little bit, but it was just on the first screen. Yeah. The tip of the sword was like a flash of lightning, a spearhead thrust to skewer the heart. Even attempting to evade it was pointless. But it was a flash, too swift for the human eye to follow. Shit. I'm moving you over here. And yet, moonlight swept in to save me from the strike that threatened to end me. The sound was beautiful, like the tolling of a bell. No, truth be told, the sound hung over me, heavier than an iron weight. This beauty had little to do with aesthetics. The stark armor wrapped around her was like the frozen night itself. Ooh, are we going to simp over Saber this route? I think we're simping over Saber this route. Let's go. The ringing was not in of itself pleasant. It was the sound of steel, but the night herself was beautiful enough to make it into the chiming of a bell. Cringe. Her voice resonated in the darkness. Ooh. Pact was sealed, just as she chose to serve me. I'm sure in that moment that I swore to save her. Save her? Bro. She's supposed to save you. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Live chat. There you go. I had to do some configurations on my end. The moonlight cut through the darkness, as if in imitation of the night. Fuck. The storehouse regained its former calm. Time had stopped. The vision before me had lasted less than a second. Be that as it may, I will always remember the sight of her, as clearly as if it were still happening now, even if I fall into the depths of hell. Night fuck. Jeez, dude. Okay, yeah. You trying to be the MC, typical trope, lol. Okay, listen, bro. He's not voicing over this. I gotta do something, okay? I'm not self-inserting here. This ain't fucking this random isekai shit. I know Emiya's a freaking his own character, okay? Chill. I'm not self-inserting here, okay? Fuck you guys. He's not reading this off. It's not my fault. The fate slant of her profile. Oh no. Her serene, divinely green eyes. Oh my gosh. For a moment, time stopped. Jeez, dude, this guy's down bad. Her silhouette draped in blue swayed in the wind. Oh my gosh, he's down bad. I was struck by the pale blue glow. I mean, like, let me show you here. Like this ain't. She isn't that great. Like, chill. I'm not sure if it's the art style or what, bro. It's the mid 2000s art style. Her hair, as fine as the golden thread, was bathed in moonlight. You like me for real, though? No, he ain't. He's better than you. He's better than all of us. Damn it. Even though he's a freaking simp and a half. This happened 10 years ago. I see someone who takes me back. He's tall, with chiseled features. I've never known him to crack a joke. He ruffles his hair affectionately. He ruffles my hair affectionately. He ruffles his hair affectionately. No, that's not what this is. It's more like he's grasping my head and working it like a stubborn jar lid. Maybe he doesn't know how to control his strength. Yeah, he's strangling you. Nice. That's only to be expected. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Oh no. Oh no, we're following Rin. Oh fuck. Shit. It's time for me to leave. You know what to do next. I answered yes in a somber voice. He nodded once, withdrew his hand, and stood up. That's all. Had I known this would be the last time we would ever see each other, would have done my best to make him laugh with a perfect joke. I've been practicing punchlines in private, in the hopes of finally seeing a smile crack on that stony face. Oh my gosh. I have one regret. If I had one regret, it's that I never got to tell him any of my jokes. Damn, okay, Sag. Get the association in your debt before you become an adult. Any decisions after that, I leave up to you. I'm sure you'll manage on your own. Geez, some things are voiced and some things aren't. What the hell is this, bro? This is a visual novel, bro. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna put myself down here. I'm gonna put chat all the way up here. Okay. I'm gonna put myself down here. Because I'm starting to have a feeling that this upper right portion is gonna be covered with faces and shit. So he said, but I bet he was worried about me. He told me about our family's heirlooms jewels, the gems passed down to us from our grandmaster, and how to manage the underground workshop. It was a rapid-fire course of subjects he never taught me before. Even as a child, I realized that he would probably never come home again. There was a war. Not a war between countries, but between people. Damn. So riveting, true. But in this war, there were only 7 combatants. It might not seem fitting to call it a war, but having mages involved changes things. 7 mages from different factions competed, but I wasn't sure why. They killed each other using methods I didn't really understand. One of them was the man in front of me. It meant that he would kill and eventually be killed. Not if he wins. Winners win, okay? He's just not a winner. How much is FSN visual novel, by the way? Thinking of buying it. It's $30. I think it's discounted like 10% off right now because of its launch. So it's like $27. I'm sure he felt the ticking of his life's clock even more keenly than I did. Damn. Rin, before long the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it, but after all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages. And with that, he ruffled my hair one more time and left. Never saw him again. He died, Big Sag. My father/teacher was one of the masters who participated in the Holy Grail War. He never came home. Yeah, because he lost. Bitch move. Bitch made. Bitch made. He's trash. That was a late one. I bid him farewell, and as a well-behaved daughter should. I knew I was on the verge of tears, but I didn't let him show. I loved him. He was a great father, and an even greater mage. Cool. Mages are stubborn people. As far as I knew, there wasn't a more upstanding man in the whole world. As my instructor, he trained me. As my father, he loved me. So I decided I'd accept the things he left for me and choose my own path. Written, before long the Holy Grail will appear. It is a duty of the Tosakas to obtain it, but above all is a path we are destined to walk as mages. Bro never came back with a milk rip. True. In the end, his final words for me were given as a mage, not a father. That's the moment I made up my mind. It's only natural for an apprentice to live up to her master's hopes. That's how I, Rin Tosaka, grew up after experiencing life's twists and turns. It's been 10 years since my father went off to war. I wouldn't say I've been looking forward to this day, but I'm a bit on edge. Edge. She's on the edge. That goes without saying after all. That moment which has burned into my memory 10 years ago will soon be upon me again. Flash. It's January 31st! Oh! I'm nerding out about that over anything else. I hear something. Ring, ring. The noise doesn't stop. It refuses to stop. It will never stop. I won't let it stop. Okay, it's actually still gonna go. It's such an infernal racket. It's almost as if it's here to avenge my father. Yes, suffer! Suffer! Suffer, Rin! Suffer! I wish it just let me sleep a bit more. No. I've kind of gotten numb to it. Has anyone else gotten numb to it? In fact, it should. I stayed up into the early hours deciphering my father's will, and I used a hell of a lot of magical energy to do it. Holy shit, she's gonna be going through a monologue during this? I'm totally exhausted, body and mind. You will suffer just the same as her. Good grief. Cut me some slack, would you? Oh wait, I shouldn't read that. Ring, 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 ring. The alarm clock is deaf to my complaints. What kind of machine makes a noise that seems to like its sole purpose is to remind you that you're late? Damn. Based. True, but there's a time and place for everything. No matter how much of an overachiever I am, I should try to make it to school on time, at least for today, if only slightly. Rin versus alarm clock, the toughest fight in the history of fate. True, dude. True. Does that sound off? I peer at the alarm clock through sleep-heavy eyelids. Ooh. The hands point to 7 o'clock on the dot. I usually get up at 6:30, which means I've completely used up my safety margin. Speaking of which, why is my brain so slow in the morning? True. You still haven't turned the damn thing off. I glare at the alarm clock for several seconds. Holy shit. Thank you. Holy shit, my ears are still ringing. Who are you talking to right now? Who is it that you see? Do you know how much I make a year? Oh my gosh. Stop with the fucking Breaking Bad reference. Holy shit. I shut off the alarm and climbed sluggishly out of bed. Do you know how much I make a year? If I told you. The morning chill bites at me as I cross the hallway and enter the parlor. By the way, is the audio good? I'm not sure if the audio's too loud or not. If the music's too loud or my voice is too loud, just let me know. This is the final 7 a.m. in January. Winters in Fuyuki. Okay, I'm going to botch every single name possible if I haven't heard it in the show. I'm going to botch every single one. Are relatively warm, but the mornings here are as cold as anywhere. Even at home, my breath mists white. It's that much colder without anyone else living here. I turn on the heater and go wash up. Single living is so inconvenient at times like these. If there was someone else here to wake up before me, then the parlor would already be heated. Wash my face at the sink. I run a brush through my lawn hair and get dressed. A chilly morning and a rigid afternoon. The only thing to be said for is that the cold water mercilessly beats the sleepiness out of me. Frog. What are you on about? I don't. Dude, this guy's on a freaking Breaking Bad binge, bro. Dude, this guy's been on my Discord non-stop talking about Breaking Bad and Steph Curry, bro. Oh my gosh. I get it. They're both cool. We get it. Damn it. The final tug on the ribbon in my collar, I finish getting dressed. All that's left is to have breakfast and go to school. The clock reads just past 7, so my morning rush feels a bit anticlimactic. Of course, I never do anything so uncouth as sprinting to school. Sprint school, cringe. The Tosaka family motto dictates that we conduct ourselves with confidence and elegance at all times. That's cringe. That is a cringe motto. That is a cringe-ass motto. My ancestors must have been some high and mighty aristocrats if that's what we've been taught through the generations. The anarchistic mansion I lived in is proof enough of that. Plus, the Tosakas are a divine line of spellweavers who practice what is known as magecraft. We're not just an old family. We have an admirably storied history. Fucking hell, I can't read. Please keep talking. Fuck. In fact, I literally can't talk about it. Truth is, I'm a mage. Who could even brag about that too? As the name suggests, magecraft is what most normal people would see as magic. It sounds like some supernatural woo-woo. And if you'd like to think of it as just wiggling your fingers and saying abracadabra, no, I think of it as avacadabra. That's fine too. Avacadabra! Just think of us as people who chant weird words and make equally weird stuff happen. True. That said, we don't really fly around on broomsticks. We don't shoot stars out of our wands either. Yeah, who uses wands? Cringe. Have you played the Tsukime remake, by the way? No, I have not. We could do things kind of like that, but there's no point, so we don't. We're pretty much heretics who lurk in the shadows of society. We're not allowed to draw attention to ourselves, and anyone who had the time. Oh my gosh, this is loud. And anyone who has the time for that kind of thing would rather spend it on the research. I'm going to turn down the fucking music. Holy shit. Damn, bro. This shit, let's advanced settings. Sound settings. Alright. Background music. There you go. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. It's too loud for me, damn it. We're not allowed to draw attention to ourselves, and anyone who has that the time for that kind of thing would rather spend it on their research. Ordinary humans might call us magicians, but that would be wrong. In fact, there are only 5 magicians in the whole world. Ooh, lore time. Magicians are what we call people who could do something else, something no one can. They accomplish feats beyond the means of modern science and perform genuine miracles. Similarly, magic is a label used for mystics, magical mysteries that can't be realized without any amount of time or skill. While magecraft, though it looks mysterious, is something anyone can do with enough time and resources. I'm a mage. I'm a mage! You're a wizard, Harry! And the kind of mystics I use merely magecraft, not true magic. Okay, so you're not a wizard, Harry. You're a mage. You're a mage, Harry. Confusing, I know, but that's how it works. Yeah, I know, it's cringe. Also, modern civilization doesn't accept the existence of mages. We believe in, manipulate, and study things that can't be measured, which puts us at odds with modern society. Above all, there's no point to any of what we do. You'd be so much happier just going off to a normal school and becoming a normal adult than you would studying magecraft. Human technology has accomplished great things. For the last few centuries, magecrafts have been playing catch up to the progress of civilization. Nothing is impossible for humanity anymore. Miracles that could only be realized with magecraft in the distant past have been reduced to common tools and appliances. Oh my gosh. So you're useless. So you're saying I could just win the Holy Grail War with a gun? That's crazy. That's wacky. Even so, magecraft does have its benefits. Just as there are some things only science can accomplish, there remain heights only mystics can reach. If science is racing into the future, then mages are racing into the past. I think the Tusca Grandmaster said that. Whether you're heading into the past or in the future, your destination is the same, 0 or something like that. Dude, that's bad. We could just shelve the difficult topics for now. Philosophy is for the elderly. Damn, true. I finished my breakfast and pick up the bag. I'm reluctant to take something so valuable to school, but it would be a waste to leave it behind. One could even say it is on an entirely different level. I obtained the gem after decoding my father's will last night. It's imbued with 10 years worth of my own magical energy. I've been told that the Tosaka family has heirloom jewels passed down since the olden days, and this might be one of them. Visual novels has so much words, lol. Not that I'm complaining. I tend to read light novels. True. I just finished reading Overlord Volume 1. It was good. Not great. Good. Tosca mages is specialized at the conversion and flow of power. We channel our magical energy into precious gems whenever we have a spare moment. Simply put, I'm the gun, and the jewels are the bullets. Damn. The other main thing I've inherited from my father is the magic crest engraved onto my left arm. Magic crest is proof that I'm the heir to our lineage. It's like all the techniques of the Tosaka descended into a tattoo. Damn. For now, I stow my pendant, my father's keepsake, in a pocket.
切り札だものね。
Trump!
秘められた魔力ならできないことは
Holy
ないぐらい
shit,
なんです。
politics reference! It's 7:30. I'd rather leave soon if I don't want to be late for school. Overlord. I've only seen the anime, but might give it a try from the beginning due to cut content. I mean, okay. Okay, this bird is being cringe. Let me say something quick about Overlord before I continue this. All right, let me mute this. All right. So Overlord is pretty good. Pretty good. I think the vibe of the Overlord light novel is significantly better than the vibe of the anime. The anime tends to be like overly horny with like a lot of its jokes. It is like way too comedic. I think the Overlord light novel is a decent mix of comedy / like seriousness. I think it's very good in terms of that. So when it comes to that, Overlord, pretty good. Recommend reading the light novel over reading the anime. The anime is like, I think what hindered me when reading the volume 1 was that I knew the outcome of like the fight within the first like 3 episodes ish, or the first 4 episodes. That was the main thing that hindered my experience, is that I knew the outcome, and that sucked because there was a lot of good tension being built up, but it was all to nothing because I knew it was gonna happen. It's like, oh my gosh, this guy's gonna die. No, he ain't. Yeah. So there you go. Now let me turn the volume back on. Albedo is done dirty in the anime. I feel like she's a lot better and a lot more toned down in the light novel, all the way up until the last few chapters where she does tend to be off the chain a bit. So yeah. Anyway, on to Fate. I weave energy into a brief foreign phrase. As a mage, I can't neglect the security of my home base. This still applies even if I've never had so much as a single burglar, lost child, or stray cat wander into my home. Actually, I don't think the neighbors have ever even come over to say hello.
別にいいけどね。野良猫でさえ入ってこないってどういうことよ。
I look up at the mansion that's been at my home for over a decade. It's been my home for over a decade. Fucking hell. Viki is a strange city. One side of the intersection dividing the residential areas is filled with old samurai estates, while the side I'm on has an abundance of mansions built in European style. Apparently, a whole bunch of foreign families immigrated here long ago, but I've never seen a single foreigner around. Damn. Only Japanese people. There's been a cemetery for foreigners in Shinto, the new part of the city, across the river, but it was built for the generation that immigrated here.
日本の土が合わなかったのかな。
I make a mental note to ask the priest about it next time I visit the church. He's nothing if not full of boring trivia for sure. Cringe boring trivia.
あれ？
Something feels off as soon as I step outside.
なんだろう。思ったより静かなんですけど。
There's no trace of the typical morning bustle. At 7:30 in the morning, there would normally be students and workers and the daily commute.
まあ、こういう日もあるか。
Fake priest. Cringe. Too much trivia. Cringe. Maybe everyone slept in. It's usually cold today, so everyone must be snuggled up in bed. I know who the priest is, by the way. Just chill.
けどさすがに。
Even if that were true, it's strange that there isn't a single student on the street. At this time of day, you'd expect to see at least a school uniform or two. And yet, from where I'm standing at the school gate, it looks like morning club activities are just starting up. It's cringe. It means you're early, bro. Which can only mean, yep,
あれ、父さんか？
Bang.
今朝は一段と早いね。
Bang. Easy.
やっぱりそうきたか。
With a light sigh, I turned to face the student who called to me.
おはよう。今日も寒いね、こりゃ。
The girl who addressed me so casually was Ayako Mitsuzuri. Fucking hell. No way. Jack, could you dim the lighting on your face because it's blending in with the lights of the school? You want fucking you want this thing to turn? No, I'm gonna turn it up. Damn it! I'm gonna turn it up. It's fate time. It's fading time. Is this the actual original volume? Yeah. Visual novel just got remastered recently. I'm gonna turn this down. It's actually blinding me. Visual novel recently got remastered, and it is $30 on Steam and the Nintendo eShop. So yeah. She's my classmate in 2A, and she has quite a history.
おはよう、みつづりさん。つかのことを聞くけど、今何時だかわかる？
ん？何時って7時前じゃない。遠坂寝ぼけてる？
She raised her hand in front of my face as if to ask if anybody's home. Ayako is one of my few friends, and she knows I'm not a morning person. I mean, your battle with the alarm clock was legendary. She's probably figured that out by now, that I'm still not completely with it.
うちの時計1時間早かったみたい。しかも軒並み。目覚まし時計はおろか、柱時計まできっかり早まってた。
What's going on here? Father must have set the clocks to go haywire once I took the pendant out of the underground cellar.
遠坂？
The remaster cut out important stuff, though? I don't even know. I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. I wish it didn't. Plus, I dealt with a lot of bugs. The bugs got fixed, so there aren't... the major bugs got fixed. If there are additional bugs, I don't think they'll address it anytime soon. But the major bugs, the funny bugs, where they got sprites mixed up, like for example, like right now, maybe like Archer would be here instead of her. Like that, like
気にしないで。別に大したことじゃないから。
that stuff has been
そ
fixed.
れより、みつづりさんは今日も朝練？
ええ。弓道部は問題児も多いし、うまいのが一人減ったからね。4月の新入生獲得のために少しぐらいは見栄えを良くしとかないと。
そう。気苦労が絶えないのね、相変わらず。
It's fine because you wouldn't be able to show the original on YouTube. It was hilarious, Lamau. Yeah, the bugs were amazing. Wait, you're telling me the mana transfers were cut content? I've heard about the mana transfers. You're telling me they cut the mana transfers out? Damn it! Damn it! No! This is cringe. This is blasphemy. I've heard about the mana transfer scenes. Damn it.
他人事だからって言ってくれるわ。あ、ついでだから見ていく？遠坂が見学する分には男どもも喜ぶけど。
No, there's still some transferring of mana. Yes! I'm not even sure if we'll even get to those scenes, but it's more PG, damn it.
弓道部か。
I'm acquainted with 3 of its members. One is Ayako, the girl I'm talking to now. I barely ever speak to the other 2. Of those latter 2, there's one that I actually can't explain away as simply as an acquaintance. I became friends with Ayako, the club the club captain, because I've been watching the club from afar.
そうね。様子を見るだけなら付き合うわ。早く来すぎたからやることもないし。
I see Rin is checking her out. I see. Yes.
よし、じゃあ善は急げ。早速行こう。
Or at least checking out someone from the club. One of our school's trademarks is its well-equipped archery range. The chair of the school board has a passion for Kyudo, traditional Japanese archery. So they built a magnificent range on campus. It's kind of a waste for a high school club, to be honest.
ほらほら、まだ開始まで時間があるし、中でお茶しようぜ、遠坂。
Ayako tugs on my arm, looking somewhat pleased. If I'm being honest, her brusque, yeah, I'll just say brusque, a way of speaking is a bad habit. I don't know what that word is. Damn it. Damn it. I'm not fluent in English, damn it. No. I'm not fluent in any language. Fuck. No. As Aika said, there's no one else at that range. We sip Japanese tea that's so hot it numbs my tongue as we prepare ahead for today's classes. The hot drink is delicious in the quiet, wide, wintry archery range. Thanks.
さて、単刀直入に聞くけど、そっちの調子はどうなのよ、遠坂。いい加減頼りになる相棒は見つかった？
And she uses an occasion to ask me something completely ridiculous.
ほんと、いきなり本題に入るのね、あなたは。
Brusque. Dude, sometimes you pronounce QUE like that.
その言いぶりだと、そっちはもう見つけたんだ。
ノーコメント。遠坂が手を沸かすまではこっちも秘密さ。で、どうなのよ。その疲れた顔を見ると脈ありって感じだけど。
こっちもノーコメント。あなたに隠してもどうせ見抜かれるか。残念ながらこっちはまだよ。綾子の方はお互いのんびりしてる余裕はないはずだけど。
そうなんだけど。
This is top tier content right here. Juicy. Spice.
ことがことでしょ。この先の命運がかかってるんだから妥協するわけにもいかないし。
勝手に決めて私に負けるのも嫌？
もちろん。私にとって重要なのはあんたを任すことだもの。何が手に入るとか何を手に入れるとかは二の次よ。
She chuckles confidently.
似た者同士ね、私たち。
ねえ、初めて会った時に言ったでしょ。あんたとはそういう関係にあるんだって。
She did, didn't she? Kill or be killed. I'm sure that's how it'll be between the two of us. I was genuinely surprised to have someone say that right off the bat. Translation. Our friendship won't bloom unless we're constantly trading blows. Is what Ayako is getting at. I agree with her. In the 2 years since then, I still haven't figured out whether she's a friend or my nemesis.
ところでさ、私たちなんでこんな話してるんだっけ？
なんでって言い出したのは遠坂でしょ。あんたがいつまでも彼氏がいないのは女としてどうよなんてこぼすもんだから。なら3年になる前にどっちが先に男作るかって
Oh my gosh, bro. Spice.
ああ、そうだった。売り言葉に買い言葉ってやつだった。で、遅れを取った方が一日言いなりになるんだっけ？
ええ、今時子供でも交わさない約束だけど、あんたと私に限って往生際が悪いってことはないでしょ。
Gonna take ages. Jeez. Are you really gonna let the voice lines play out completely? I feel like that's gonna take ages. Yeah, I know. I know. That's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, chill. I don't mind the voice lines. True. I don't skip. This isn't Genshin Impact, okay? It's way better written than Genshin Impact, okay? I'm not gonna skip voice lines, alright?
どんな結果になろうと、負けた方はおとなしく勝者に従うことになる。
Because I can't guarantee everyone's going to read the same speed as me, and also I read insanely slow, so this is to my benefit. Hey. Aika snickers in delight. My goodness. Aika Mitsuzuri is, to put it mildly, fuck, a handful. She is. I'll admit, I'm looking forward to winning myself. So that goes for us both.
そうけど三辻さん楽しむのは結構だけど目的を
Did you say a slur?
勝負の内容は後先だけじゃないでしょ
Okay, dude. You're... Whatever.
わかってるって。遠坂より早く遠坂が心底羨ましがるような関係にならないと完全勝利とは言えないからね。まあ私たちにとってはそれが一番厄介な問題なんだが、どんなにいい男だろうと好きになれなきゃ意味がない。
Aika's sigh is heavy. From what I've heard, she's known as a bit of a misandrist. Can't put too much stock in gossip, though. That she made this bet at all means less that she doesn't fucking read. She doesn't like boys, and more that she hasn't found the right person. That aside.
ちょっと私たちって何よ私たちって断っておきますけど私はそっちと違って冷血感じゃありません男
ああそれ嘘もしくは気
I
づいてい
skipped
ない
the
だけ
line. No.
遠坂が男を気にかけるなんてことは絶対ないもの。今まで数えきれないぐらい告白されたくせに一つも色良い返事してないじゃない。少しでも興味があるなら付き合おうって思うでしょ。なのに断り続けるってことはあんたは男に興味がないってことよ。
発想が貧困ねその場合すでに好きな相手がいるから断ってるって話もありじゃないう
わすっごい美談いいねそういうのロマンだな。
Aika's tone isn't mocking. She nods solemnly. Her sigh tells me that it would be nice if it were true. I don't believe myself. I really can't hide anything from her.
そうね私もそう思う
She's right. I know very well how cold I am.
認めるわ私こと恋愛に関しては素人みたい
そういうこと。似た者同士だって言ったの遠坂でしょ。ってもうじき7時か。秘密の話はこの辺にしとこう。いつ人がやってくるかわからないし朝になったら学生らしく振る舞わないとな。
まあ三辻さんにもそういう世間体があったなんて意外だわこれ
あんたほど筋金入ってないけどね。私の世間体なんて遠坂凛に比べたら灯籠の斧ってもんよ。あんたの猫っかぶりは擬態っていう
She's a menace. Rin's a menace.
別人格。
Aika sniffs exaggeratedly. I empty the rest of my teacup she poured for me and brew a new pot.
で遠坂はどうして部活に入らないのよ。運動神経がないなんてされごとは聞かないからね。私は去年の体力測定でことごとくあんたに負けたのまだ恨んでるんだから。
あら肺活量では三辻さんに負けたわよ私あと
やったー重さで3キロ上回ったって体重で勝っても嬉しくないってのよこのタヌキ
危ないお茶がこぼれるでしょ三辻さん
Fuck.
首相なんだから道場は大事になさい
Fuck.
うるさい私は首相である前に遠坂のライバルだ。部員がいなけりゃあんたに食ってかかるのは当然よ。
Oh, fuck. Aika side-eyes me with a huff. She has a unique idea about beauty. A beautiful woman must walk the martial path. She's always going on about that. Not surprisingly, she's well versed in most martial arts. Kyudo was the discipline she was least skilled at, so she joined the club and worked her way up to captain. She's probably one of the top 3 people in our school you'd at least want to mess with.
部員がいなけれ れば首相じゃないなんて問
I
題発
can
言じゃない
barely
さ。
read.
問題発言なもんですか。私はお飾りの首相だから、できることって言ったら不良部員を取り締まることだけよ。私以上にしゃがりっぱなやつがいるんだから、首相としての面目なんてないわ。
そうなの？藤村先生、三辻さんは飛び抜けてうまいって言ってたけど。
あの人がそう言うんなら、そりゃ少しは自信が持てるけど、まあいなくなっちまったやつのことなんて考えても仕方ないか。そうね、藤村先生がそう言ってくれたんなら真面目に首相やんないとまずいか。
そうそう、噂をすれば影。そろそろ部員がやってくる頃でしょ。私はおいとまするけど、三辻さんはきちんと首相になりなさい。
何、見ていかないの？社
見てもわからないもの。遠くから眺める分にはいいけどね。不心得者が道場にいるわけにはいかないでしょ。
Serious question. How can you enjoy no movement, only dialogue and picture? Well, how can you enjoy reading? That's my question. There are no pictures at all. There's only text. It's the same thing. I just focus on text, like, for the most part. It's literally called a visual novel. You just have more pictures than usual. It's literally just a novel. Just as they get up to leave, the first club members begin entering the archery range.
おはようございます、首相。
Ah! Killer!
ああ、おはようマト。今朝は一人？
Purple-haired freak! No! Get away from me!
はい、力になれず申し訳ありません。
ああ、いいっていいって。本人が弓をやらないって言うんなら無理をさせても仕方がない。
それじゃあ失礼するわ。また後でね、三辻さん。
ああ、また後でね、遠坂。
お疲れ様です、遠坂先輩。ありがとう。さくらもしっかりね。
I leave the dojo behind so as to not get in the way.
いやー、遠坂。
Ah! Another
朝
character,
から
fuck!
君に会えるなんてついてるな。
Oh no, and here comes the person I least wanted to see.
おはよう、マト君。今日は早いのね。
当たり前だろ。首相なんだから早めに来ないと1年に示しがつかないじゃないか。
Shinji from Class 2C grins at me. He's the vice captain of the Kyudo club and darling of half of the girls at school. It's mostly thanks to his looks, of course. But he's also admired for his good grades, social graces, being kind to girls, and being an overall heartthrob, or something like that. I really don't follow any of that kind of stuff. It's just what I hear my classmates say.
そう。
ん？
ご機嫌なところ悪いんだけど、一文字抜けてるわ、マト君。大事な字だから忘れない方がいいと思うけど。
一文字抜けてるって何がさ。
幸福の福。字は違うけど響きは一緒でしょ、副首相さん。気をつけなさい。別に首相も副首相も変わらないけど、変に意識するとこだわってるみたいに聞こえるでしょ。
そうだね。今後は気をつける。ありがとう、遠坂。
お礼を言われるようなことはしてないけど、まあマト君がそう思ったのなら私には関係ないか。
With that, I turn to leave the range.
ちょっと待てよ。見学に来たんだろ。
I thought you were gonna leave, bro. I thought you would leave. Fuck, no.
遠慮するわ。練習の邪魔をしたくないもの。
そんなの構わないよ。他の連中が気に障るんなら締め出すからさ。
だから邪魔をする気はないって言ってるでしょ。それに私別に弓道に興味があるわけじゃないから。 知らないやつのシャを見ても嬉しくないわ。
んなんだよ遠坂。弓道に興味はなかった。
No, she doesn't, bro.
だっていうのに放課後になると遠くから見てたのはそういうわけかな。
She's not, bro. She ain't. I don't know what he's playing at, but at least he seems to have some curiosity. Seriously misunderstood things. Fuck.
知ってたのマト君。
ああ、よく目があったんだぜ僕と遠坂。
No, no, that didn't happen, bro. Nope. No, no.
声を返したかったけど一応決まりでね。車上では声を上げちゃいけないんだ。
Okay, bro. All right. Oh my gosh, she's getting closer. Fuck. Shinji starts closing in on me, looking pleased with himself. Oh no. He thinks he's a smooth talker. Damn it. I see the triumphant glint in his eye, competing with that affable smile.
勘違いしてたよ。遠坂は弓が好きなんだと思ってたけど。
Wait,
弓道には
what?
興味がない
Wait, oh, okay. Damn, bro.
ならなんで遠坂は道場を見ていたのか
Ah, now I see. It would sound like that, wouldn't it?
離れてくれないかしらマト君。私あまり人に近寄られるのが好きじゃ
Same,
ない
bro.
し。
Same.
な。ん
Damn.
何遠坂。
あきれた。ここまで言ってもわからないのね。趣味じゃないけど仕方ないか。簡単にあなたにも理解できるように言ってあげる。いいマト君。私は弓道に興味がない以上にあなたに興味はないって言ってるのよ。実際あなたが車上にいたなんて今初めて知ったぐらいだし、きっとこれからも目に入らないわ。
Cold. Cold. Ease.
なんだと。
I must have touched a nerve because he tries to grab me roughly. I twist out of his range and turn to leave. Damn.
それじゃあねマト君。自意識過剰なのも結構だけど、ほどほどにしておいた方がいいわよ。
遠坂。お前。
Shinji sounds like he's about to say something, but he keeps his temper and doesn't chase after me. The guy's all style, no substance. If he had even a little backbone, the people around him wouldn't suffer nearly so much. I take the rear entrance into campus from the archery range. It's past 7 now, but there still aren't students in the hallways.
あれ遠坂さんだ。
おはようございます、藤村先生。
おはよう遠坂さん。ちゃんと挨拶してくれて先生は嬉しいよ。
The strange woman pretends to sob in delight. It may be hard to believe, but this is extraordinarily affectionate and happy-go-lucky woman is actually a teacher here.
先
Damn.
生、ちゃんと挨拶をする以外にする挨拶があるのでしょうか。
あるわよ。1年生はちゃんと挨拶してくれるんだけどね。上級生になってくると私の名字で挨拶しないんだから。
はあ、よくわかりませんけど、先生に失礼なことはしませんが。
よしよし。ああ、みんながみんな遠坂さんみたいだったらいいのにな。
With a parting wave and a see ya, Miss Fujimura leaves. Fortunately, she isn't my homeroom teacher. Oh, damn. Miss Fujimura teaches English. Her sunny attitude embellies her expert rank in Japanese fencing, kendo. In her student days, they called her the Fuyuki Tiger. That's the mystery, though. You'd think someone known as the Tiger would be feared, not adored, right? Miss Fujimura cheerily heads off in the direction of the archery range. For some reason, she's the faculty advisor for the Kyoto Club instead of the Kendo Club. Oh my gosh, bro. I gotta fucking lock in, man. I gotta lock in. Fuck. It's just before 7:30. I can see students doing their club activities on the school grounds, but there's hardly anyone indoors. Except.
遠坂
He always blurts out my name like I did something wrong every time he sees me.
あら、生徒会長。こんな朝早くから校舎の見回り？それとも各部室の手入れかしら？どっちでもいいけど相変わらず豆ね、そういうとこ。
そういうお前こそ何を企んでいる。部活動もしていないお前がこんな早くに何の用か。
ただの気まぐれよ。竜斗くんちみたいに早起きじゃないもの、私。
The student council president's handsome face darkens with suspicion. He seems to have it out for me. I don't really know why. Maybe me saying temples are so dull pass is what started it.
一つ聞いておくが、最近夜遅くまで校舎にいたことはあるか、父さん。
ないわね。私が帰宅部だって知ってるでしょ、竜斗くんは。
当然だ。生徒会長を任された以上、全校生徒の情報は把握している。
He's a creep.
そう。な
He
ら
knows
私に聞くま
everyone's
でもないでし
schedules.
ょ。なんだってそんなことを聞くか知らないけど、生徒会の仕事を部外者に押し付けちゃまずいんじゃない？情報収集は一人でやりなさいよ。私みたいな部外者に頼らないで。
たわけ、お前のどこが部外者だ。うちの会計の首根っこ掴んで悪さをしたのを知らぬと思ったが、このめぎつれ。
あら、人聞きが悪いわね。あれは三辻さんに頼まれて部費の割合を明らかにしただけでしょ。みんなの予算がどこに使われているか調べるなんて生徒として当然の行為だと思うけど。
なんと、うちの会計を1週間休ませた精神的ダメージが当然の行為なのか。とんでもない倫理観をお持ちのようだな、愛花。
あなたもね、部下の手綱ぐらいちゃんと握ってなさい。文化系ばかりひいきするのはフェアじゃないわ。
分かっている。だからこそ俺の手で不正を正したかったのだが。
It's fixed, Issei. Can you, like, give him a voice then? Just then, an unexpected visitor makes his presence known.
悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。
I have to read for him. Can't he have a voice, bro? Don't worry about it. Where's the next one? We don't have much time. Okay, if this isn't a freaking purpose for self-inserting, this is deliberate setup for self-inserting. Jeez, oh, dude.
ああ、次は視聴覚室だ。前から調子が悪かったそうなんだが、この度ついに天寿を全うされた。
If it's completely broken, I can fix it. It'd be easier to buy a new one.
そうなんだが、
It'd be
一
easier
応
than
見
buy
て
a new
くれ
one.
ると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
Okay, I'll try. Beckoned by the other student, the president leaves. I stopped thinking during this sudden turn of events. The other boy, wretched screwdriver in hand, turns as if he's remembered something. You're early today, Tosca. He awkwardly mutters and leaves. That was supposed to be a greeting. The president and the student called Emiya walk off into the distance. That would be Shiro Emiya from class 2C. Damn, bro.
それはいいんだけどさ。
How do I put it? The wretch looked right at home in his hands, but I'm not sure if it's because it makes him look tough or handy. At 7:30 a.m., there's no one else in classroom 2A. I take a seat at my desk and flip through my math workbook. Fucking hell, bro. There's still 30 minutes until the morning homeroom. I've got time to kill until my classmates start arriving. Okay. What is it, like 30 minutes or so? Damn. Classroom is as lively as the lunch break begins after fourth period. My classroom has a cafeteria, so only about half the students stay in the room. It's mostly girls that stay behind. The girls think the cafeteria is a bit too liberal with the seasonings, so... No! Go away! We girls tend to enjoy our lunches as a group. Nah, she's a loner. 100%, bro.
けどごめんなさい。
Easy
私今日
rejection.
は学食なんです。今朝は寝過ごしてしまってお弁当を作る余裕がなかったものですから。あ、いや、そうなんですか。ごめんなさい。そうとも知らず呼び止めてしまって。私余計なことしましたね。
Saigusa looks guilty at her feet. Among the refined and well-behaved students in Class A, she's the most demure. For some reason, she's really nice to me. Okay.
余計なことだなんてそんなことはありません。今日はたまたまだから気にしないで。また明日これに懲りず声をかけてください。
I let her down as gently as I can and offer a genuine smile.
あ、はい。でも遠坂さんでも寝過ごすことがあるんですね。
Perhaps my smile made her feel better. Saigusa turns back to her table, looking relieved. She's adorable. Yukika Saigusa isn't drop dead gorgeous, but her smile always puts everyone around her at ease.
ええ、そうなんです。なんとかごまかしてますけど、本当は寝ぼすけなんですよ、私。部活だって朝起きられないから入ってないんです。
Saigusa somehow maintains an elegant air, even when startled. Watching her reactions is always so calming, but that doesn't mean I have time to stand here and talk. If I keep up a conversation with someone so disarming, the real me is bound to show herself.
それじゃあ食堂に行ってきます。三枝さんもごゆっくり。はい、遠坂さんも。
Saigusa and I exchange graceful greetings, and she returns to her friends. Okay. I see that she's eating with Kaede Makidura and Kane Himuro. Okay. Alright, wasn't Saigusa. Saigusa, fuck. These names, bro, these names. The track and field club manager. They're on the track and field club's Rising Stars. There's the track and field club's Rising Stars. Makidera is a bad influence with whom I go window shopping on days off. But oh fuck, why did I click? Why did I click? It's almost if I didn't want to read that.
それは私たちも食堂に移動すればいいだけ。
I didn't think we were actually going to see them too. Damn. Okay.
ダメダメ。食堂は狭いんだから。弁当組が座れるスペースなんてねっての。それに遠坂と同席してみなさい。男どもの視線がうざいのなんの。前の休みだってさ、二人で遊びに行ったのにあいつだけ得しちゃってさ。やだよね。美人を鼻にかけた優等生は。
Makidera takes hold of Saigusa's neck, and she continues to rant about me. Despite her foul mouth, she actually wears a kimono really well, like a picturesque Japanese beauty. Damn, and which one's she? Probably her. Meanwhile, Himuro's cool and solid demeanor are a complete foil to that of Makidara.
やべ、遠坂に聞かれた。ゲゲ、めっちゃ睨んでるじゃん、あいつ。
Okay.
別に遠坂さん、マキちゃんを睨んでなんかないと思うけど。
睨んでんだよ、あれ。あいつは笑ってる時が一番怖いんだから。なんだよ、いいじゃんか、口ぐらい。多めに見ろよ。私と遠坂の仲だろ。たい焼きおごってやっただろ。
Makidara puffs her cheeks out with a pout, waving her disposable chopsticks in the air. Would you believe that her hobby is collecting wind chimes? The world works in strange ways. Damn. At any rate, it's rude to Sagasara to stare at the three of them. Caught between me and foul-mouthed Makidara, Sagasara looks as if she doesn't know what to do with herself.
気にしないでいいのよ、三枝さん。
Yeah.
それと牧寺さん、おごらされたのは私で、品物はたい焼きではなくクレープでした。無意識に事実を改ざんする悪癖。次あたりに直さって、マジ怖え、あの笑顔。
Makidara holds up her lunchbox lid like some kind of shield. I bid the odd trio farewell, leave the classroom. And slide the door closed. Oops.
なんだよ、大差ないじゃんか、たい焼きもクレープも。どっちも甘いの、皮で包んでるんだからさ。
Makidara utters something blasphemous for a girl. Damn. Not crepes. What the fuck?
たい焼きとクレープが同じですって？
Oh, okay. Is she even human? Are all desserts the same to her? If I'd known that her taste buds can't distinguish a floor's 500 yen very, very berry from a 80 yen taiyaki at Edomaya, damn you, Makidara. I could have saved 420 yen.
何本気で悔しがってるの
Damn.
私。
I thought something serious was about to happen. Damn, okay, she's really stressing on that. Alright. I must still be tired from last night. The cafeteria sounds like a pain, so I'll try to buy some bread from the counter and eat on the roof. I purchase my lunch and head to the unoccupied roof. Though it's different from summertime. In summertime, during the winter, the roof is a convenient place to eat with other students tend to avoid. It's too cold to hang out here during lunch, and that's a small price to pay for privacy.
さて、とりあえずご飯と。
I indulge in the tomato sandwich and hot lemon drink I bought from the cafeteria. It's a simple lunch, made all the more delicious by the fact I can enjoy it up here in peace. I finish the sandwich and sip on the warm lemony drink. I'm a little tired. It's hard to balance in being an overachiever with avoiding human contact as much as possible. As the saying goes, one should be accomplished at both the pen and the sword. It's a point of pride, no conviction, that I'd be the top student of the school. I decided if I was going to be a student, then I would at least be the very best. I don't want people looking down on the Tosca name. That's how Rin Tosca came to be a perfect, flawless student. On the other hand, my occupation as a mage is dangerous, so I shouldn't associate too much with normal people. When a mage is discovered by the public, she has no choice but to eliminate witness to protect herself. I'd rather not resort to that. That's why I keep my social interactions purely superficial, out of necessity. I only hang out with Makidara on my days off, and I turn down invitations from more sociable people like Sagusa. It's difficult walking the tightrope of being number one student at school while making sure I don't become anybody else's number one. And sure, there are times when it tires me out, and I feel like life is a real drag.
もう時間か。
I finish a hot lemon drink and stand up. That's enough sentimentality for me today. Time to go back downstairs and become Rin Tosca again. Damn. Alright. Whoa, bro. Jeez. This guy's scary, bro.
部活動のない生徒は速やかに帰宅するように。
Last 2A's teacher gives his usual spiel and leaves the room. As far as I know, he said exactly the same way all year.
遠坂、今日はもうお帰り？
ええ、朝方麻藤君と一見あったし、面倒になる前に帰るわ。
やっぱりそうか。麻藤のやつ、今朝は特に荒れてたからさ。遠坂に手ひどく扱われたんだろうなって思ってた。
そう、迷惑をかけてしまったかしら、三辻さん。
別に、麻藤が下級生をいびるのはいつものことだし。あれはあれでいい精神鍛錬になるよ。
I bit my tongue, damn it.
そう、よかった。じゃあ、この埋め合わせはまた今度。
はいはい。これに懲りず、また寄っていってちょうだい。
I make my way home without taking any detours. My time as Rin Tosca as the honor student ends once I leave the school. The next half of the day is reserved for the other me. I have to become the mage of Tosca. When I arrive back at the house, I'm greeted with a pulsing light of my answering machine.
留守電なんて珍しいな。相手はやっぱりあんたか、キレ。
I have a feeling I know what he's going to say, but I better listen or I won't hear the end of it later. I press the play button and hear a familiar male voice.
分かっていると思うが、期限は明日までだぞ、リン。あまり悠長に構えられては困る。残る席はあと2つだ。早々にマスターを揃えねばならん。
The priest cuts straight to the point.
マスターの権利を放棄するというのなら、今日中に連絡しろ。予備の魔術師を派遣するにも時間がかかる。
Liar. I bet you can't back up right away.
お前にはすでに0時の兆しが現れているのだ。さっさとサーバントを召喚し、0時を開け。もっとも、聖杯戦争に参加しないというのならば話は別だ。命が惜しいのなら、早々に教会に駆け込むがいい。
It's a clear message in a simple language. If you're going to fight, then be ready by today. If you aren't, then retire because you're in the way.
言われなくても分かってるわよ。
It's only to be expected, I guess. Today's the last day I could drag this out. Thankfully, I managed to decipher Father's notes yesterday. My battle preparations are in order. All that's left is to seize right to the participate. Whatever. Oh my gosh, we can finally start the fucking war, bro. Holy shit. Damn. Damn, bro. Damn. Finally. The mages who take part in the Holy Grail War are called masters. It doesn't denote a rank of any kind. It merely describes their role. There's a condition to participate in the Holy Grail War. You must summon a familiar called a servant and form a contract with them. Regardless of your skills as a mage, you are not recognized as a master unless you command a servant. There's a clear difference between servants and normal familiars. The way you summon and use them are different. Mages who plan to fight in the Holy Grail War prepare summoning catalysts, but I don't own any relics with a connection to a servant. I could summon one, yes. In fact, I could do it right now if I wanted to, as well as form a contract. This town's ley lines are under the jurisdiction of the Tosca. I'm the heir to a clan that's administered the land of generations for generations. So my performance will not take a backseat to some visiting mage. Although, while that is true, it'd be awfully incompetent of me to embark on a figurative voyage without a compass.
サーバントはシンボルによって引き寄せられる。強力なサーバントを呼び出したいのなら、そのサーバントにゆかりのあるものが必要不可欠なのだ。
In other words, I need some outrageously valuable item, like a sword or a piece of armor that servant owned, or maybe a bone heraldly related to them.
父さんの遺言に期待してたんだけどな。これはこれでものすごい切り札なんだけど。
She has nothing. He still did leave me a serious trump card. Damn. The pennant I discovered in the basement last night is an ancient artifact of the highest quality. It's amazing all of its own. Still, it won't help me summon a servant.
いいわよ。そんなものに頼らなくたってなんとかなるわ。そもそも私以外にセーバーを扱えるマスターなんているはずないし。
Alright, I've made up my mind. I'd rather not get another earful, and waiting until the last minute doesn't sit right with me. Now the real challenge begins. Tonight, I'm going to summon a servant while I'm in peak condition, and acquire Saber by force. What? Okay, just... She really wants Saber. She really wants a Saber. Damn. Late night. The clock reads almost 2 a.m. This is the period where everything lines up. The condition peaks at 2 a.m. sharp. In terms of limits, this will be my first and last chance, so I can't afford even the slightest mistake.
消去の中に大挙。大挙の陣を4つ刻んで、召喚の陣で囲んだ。
I inscribe magic circles into the floor of the basement. Actually, it doesn't take major evocation to call forth the servant. Servants are invited by the Holy Grail. Masters anchor them to the world and supply the magical energy to materialize them, but the servants are the ones who choose to respond to the summons.
Sonny, 銀と鉄。礎に石と契約の太鼓。ソニは我が大使、シュバイン用具。降り立つ風には壁を。四方の門は閉じ、王冠より出。王国に至る三サロは循環せよ。
Still, I need to keep cautious and focus. Magic circles are normally drawn with blood, but tonight I draw mine with melted jewels. I'm using up half of the jewels I've accumulated over my lifetime, so I'll never financially recover from this if it fails.
満たせ、満たせ、満たせ、満たせ、満たせ。繰り返し都度に5度。ただ満たされる時を破却する。
It's almost 2 a.m. I finished drawing the summoning circle and pass down through the Tosca line and face it with all my beam.
アンフォン。
I flick a formless switch within myself. With a click, I feel my insides burn and turn over to something else. My normal nerves invert and become circuits for conducting magical energy. Rensoska is no longer human. She's just a component within the execution of mystics. I melt from my fingers. No, I'm filled up from my fingers. The mana I'm taking in is so dense, it overrides my bodily sensations. That's why I'm being destroyed at the same time I'm being filled. Running through my body is the power, mana, from the atmosphere. I convert it into a different type of energy through my body circuits. A mage's body is nothing but circuits. circuits to connect the eternal to the material. The mystical outcome we produce is what we call magecraft. My body grows hot. Feels like horns are growing from my forehead. It seems like wings are spreading from my back. It seems like my scales are covering my hands. It feels like there's water pooling around my ankles. Sweat drips. Stab, stab. Swords pierce my body. These are the stigmata that reject my body, which becomes a circuit. No matter how gifted a mage is, we're only human. In a human body, the pain is something we must live with whenever we use magecraft. The cycle doesn't let up. Beyond the agony, deep within the trance lies a mental state necessary for connection. Fuck. Pain riddles my left arm. To aid the caster, my magic crest autonomously begins an incantation, invading my nervous system. The mana in the atmosphere I've taken in turns to blood. It's like molten lead. While my activated magic crest resembles thorny nerves. With a crunchy sensation, it creeps throughout my body like a thorny centipede. Within the hurt, I forget myself. At the same time, I feel it taking hold of me, like I've reached where I need to go. A hypersensitive hearing picks up the ticking clock in the parlor. 10 seconds left till 2 a.m. The power filling my body is unquestionably complete. Time to begin. I convert the mana I've collected into the magical energy for fixation. All that's left is to feed all that energy into the engine, the summoning circle, until my body runs dry. My vision goes dark. What lies before me is now the fifth factor, said to be imperceptible to the naked eye. My vision cuts off on its own, fearing what it might see. That went off without a hitch. It feels so perfect. It's like I'm reeling in a whale with a fishing rod. Flawless. I'm positive I just drew the strongest card. I can't wait for my vision to return. It'll take a few more seconds, but when it does, I'm sure the strongest servant will. Nothing. Be nowhere in sight. There's nothing there. The room doesn't look different at all. I spun that much ether into this ritual, only for absolutely nothing to materialize. On top of that, I think I just heard something explode in the parlor. Fuck. I bolt. My head's empty at this point. I just run. I race up to the stairs at the base from the basement. The door to the parlor is askew off its hinges. There isn't any point in turning the doorknob. But since it won't open either, I push and pull. I kick it down and burst into the room. And the moment I enter the parlor, everything becomes clear. Everything is in tatters. The rubble is skewed across everything, as if something has fallen through the ceiling. On top of it sits a man cocking his head arrogantly. You must be some kind of criminal. Something graver draws my attention. The grandfather clock, having escaped destruction, tells me the time precisely. Now I remember. Right, of course, the clocks were an hour ahead today, weren't they? Which means it was 1 a.m. Still a full hour left until I'm at peak spellcasting form. The bullshit. No. She failed. She summoned trash. You call him the goat, but he's trash.
またやっちゃった。
I screwed up again. I can complete tasks as well as anybody else, but suffer from the curse of my genetics. When it counts, I somehow manage to bungle things on an unbelievable level.
やっちゃったことは仕方ない。反省。
I can't believe my own stupidity. Still irritated, I direct my glare at the man lounging hotly at the... Oh, the fucking hell, jeez. That's like saying, how can you enjoy watching the TV? The fuck? Oh, you're talking about the person who's talking about how do you enjoy like visual novels? I mean, it's just reading a book. I'm trying to compare it to some other medium.
それで、あんた何？
So, what are you? Oh, the music! The music!
開口一番それか。これはまたとんでもないマスターに引き当てられたものだ。
The man in red mantle shakes his head in a show of exasperation. To add insult to injury, he mutters something about drawing a short straw. Oh, now I'm dead certain. This guy has a messed up personality. And is this a servant? I thought familiars were shapeless beings. But this is just a man. No, not just a man. Even from here I could tell that he's brimming with a shockingly amount of magical energy. Don't be fooled by its appearance. I'm staring at something that's undoubtedly more human. More than human. It's a human-shaped ghost that's on a level with an elemental. This is no time to be dumbstruck. That thing belongs to me. I need to get my head in the game.
確認するけど、あなたは私のサーバントで間違いない？
By the way, you are in for some real fun, dude. Oh my gosh.
それはこちらが聞きたいな。君こそ私のマスターなのか？ここまで乱暴な召喚は初めてでね。
私だって初めてよ。そういう質問は却下するわ。
そうか。だが私が召喚された時に君は目の前にいなかった。
本気？ひな鳥じゃあるまいし、目を開けた時にしか主を決められないなんて冗談はやめてよね。
The unidentified servant frowns and a grunt escapes his lips. Maybe he didn't like the way I said it, though he has a mixed reaction, as if still impressed by the logic of my words.
まあいいわ。私が聞いているのはね、あなたが他の誰でもない、この私のサーバントかってことだけよ。それをはっきりさせない以上、他の質問に答える義務はないわ。
召喚に失敗しておいてそれか。この場合、他に色々と言うべきことがあると思うのだが。
そんなのないわよ。主従関係は一番初めにはっきりさせておくべきものだもの。
The servant's eyebrow twitches. He isn't even bothering to hide his dissatisfaction with me. I wonder if it's because of my half-baked summoning.
主従関係ははっきりさせておくか。やることは知ってんだらけだが、口だけは達者だ
Rin
し。
is such a tsundere. True. Damn.
ああ、確かにその意見には賛成だ。どちらが強者で、どちらが弱者なのか、明確にしておかなければ、お互いやりづらかろう。
The servant eyes me meaningfully, still relaxing on the rubble of my living room.
どちらが弱者かですって？
ああ、私もサーバントだ。呼ばれたからには主従関係を認めるさ。どちらがより優れたものか、
共に戦うにふさわしい相手かを測るのは別になる。
Oh my gosh.
その件でいくと、君は私のマスター
Rin,
にふさ
you're
わしい魔
bitch
術師なの
made.
か、お嬢さん。
The servant smirks. First, he destroys my house and acts like he's the king of the castle. And now he has the nerve to ask whether I'm worthy.
あなたの意見なんて聞いてないわ。私が聞いているのは、あなたが私のサーバントかどうかってことだけよ。
I repeat myself, stealing my gaze. I'm not going back down from this condescending jerk.
なるほどなるほど。そんな当たり前のことは答えるまでもないと。実に勇ましい。いや、気概だけなら立派
You
な
could
マスター
talk
だ
the
が。
talk, but can you walk the walk?
だから順番を間違えるなっていうの。一番初めに確認するのは召喚者の務めよ。さあ答えなさい。あなたは私のサーバントなのね。
I step forward aggressively, ready to pounce depending on his answer.
強情なお嬢さんだ。これでは話が進まんな。仕方あるまい。仮に私が君のサーバントだとしよう。で、その場合、君が私のマスターなのか？いやまあ、あくまで仮の話だが。
Let's assume that I am your servant. In that case, are you my master? Hypothetically speaking, of course.
当たり前じゃない。あなたが私に呼ばれたサーバントなら、あなたのマスターは私以外に誰がいるっていうのよ。
I glare at this rude man, giving my seething head a moment to cool down.
そうか。まあ仮の話なんだが、とりあえずそうだとしよう。それで、君が私のマスターである証はどこにある？
The servant blithely asks, smirking for all the while. He's clearly trying to goad me with questions into losing my temper.
ここよ。あなたのマスターである証ってこれでしょ。
I show him the command spells on my right hand. I don't think he was born. I don't think I was born yesterday. But it's told me enough to know that what the command spells are at
納得いっ
least.
た。これでもまだ文句を言うの？
I thrust the symbols at him in challenge. But the lying servant rolls his eyes.
まあ言ったな。本気で言ってるのか、お嬢さん。
His face darkens, looking even more disgruntled.
本気かってなんでよ。
その考えがだ。霊樹があればマスターなのか。霊樹などサーバントを利する道具に過ぎないだろう。
Oh, Rin's too bitch made. She's not worth it. She's not worthy. She's not worthy of this servant, bro. She's not. All right.
まったくそんな形だけのものでマスターブルとはな。私が見たかったのは君が忠誠を振るうにふさわしい人物かどうかだったのだが。
That makes sense. But normally you think of command spells if someone asks for proof of your master, right?
何よ。それじゃあ私はマスター失格？
そう願いたいが、そうはいくまい。霊樹がある以上、私の召喚者は君のようだ。信じがたいが、君は本当に私のマスターらしいな。
Oh my gosh. It's like, you know, you suck. You really suck. But I guess you are technically my master. Damn it. He shrugs and mocks. Oh my gosh, bro. Uh-oh. I've reached my boiling point. And now I'm not going to cool down in time.
持って不満だが、認めよう。
but I'll concede the
とりあえ
point.
ず君は私のマスター
Now you're my master, but I have conditions. I'm not going to do
私
what
に
you
も条件
say.
がある
I'll decide on the direction of battle, and you will act as I see fit. Oh my
戦闘方針
gosh.
は私が決めるし君はそれこれが最大の譲歩だそれで構わないなお嬢さん
Sorry, father. I'm at my limit.
そう不満だけ
Oh
ど
no.
認めるくせに私の意見には取り合わないってどういうことかしらあなたは私のサーバントなんでしょ
I ask in a trembling voice. After our spat over the command spells, this is my last desperate attempt at dialogue. And yet,
ああ形の上だけはな故に形式上
In
は君に従ってやるだが戦うのは私自身だ君はこの家の地下にでも隠
you
れて
can just hide
聖杯戦
underground
争
in your
が終わるま
house
で
and
じっとしていれば
behave.
いい
Dude, this guy, dude, he could solo the entire thing, bro. Don't worry, Rin.
それなら未熟な君でも命だけは助かるだろう
Oh my gosh. He's looking down on me, declaring that he expects nothing from me.
怒ったのか
I can't help
もち
but
ろん君の
smile,
立場は
dude.
尊重
This
する
is
よ
so funny.
私はマスターを勝利させるために呼ばれたものだからな私の勝利は君のものだし戦いで得たものは全て君にくれてやるそれなら文句はなかろう
My victories will belong to you, as will any spoils of war. You hardly have anything to complain about. True, Rin, true. You don't even
ど
have
う
to
せ君に
try.
レイジは使えまい
You can't even use those command spells.
まあ後のことは私に任せて君は自分の身の安全を
あったまきたいいわそんなに言うなら使ってやろうじゃないアンファン
No more mercy. I've got nothing else for a jackass left for a jackass like this. Oh my gosh.
まさか
そのまさかよこの礼儀知らずフィアトラークアイノイエナーゲルアイノイエスケナツアイノイエスフィアブレヒン
Absolute obedience.
待て正気かマスターそんなことでレイジを使うやつが
うるさいいいあんたは私のサーバントなら私の言い分には絶対服従ってもんでしょ
Devil on my right hand aches. 3 command spells. They allow a master to issue the unbreakable commands to his servants.
考えなさい君はこんな大雑把なことにレイジを使うなど
It's too late to whine now. I didn't expect this to happen either. I want to die of self-loathing. I can't believe I just burned one of my precious command spells on a petty squabble. After that, I retreated from the ruins of the parlor and went to my bedroom. Before me stands the servant whom my command spells compelled to absolute obedience from. Supposedly, anyway.
なるほど君の性質は大体理解したぞマスター
Who would call this absolute obedience?
念のため尋ねるが君はレイジがどれほど重要か理解しているのか
知ってるわよサーバントを律する3回きりの命令権でしょそれが何よ
いいかねレイジはサーバントを強制的に行動させるものだそれは行動を止めるだけでなく行動を強化させるという意味でもある例えば私はここから遠くの場所まで瞬間的には移動できないだがレイジで行けと命じればそれが私と君の魔力で届くことならば可能となる強制命令権とはそういうことだサーバント自身でも制御できない肉体の限界さえ突破させる大魔術の結晶が3つのレイジなのだまあ今では2つに減ってしまったがな
知ってるわよ、そんなこと。いいじゃない、まだ2つあるんだし。あなたに命じた規則は無駄じゃないんだし。
確かにこれは私の誤算だった。レイジというものは曖昧な命令には効きが弱くなる。私を守り通せ、この戦いに勝てなどといった広く長く効果が続くものにはレイジの力が弱くなる。効き目は長く続くが苦痛が小さいため逆らえるサーバントも出てくるだろう。逆に次の一撃を死ぬ気で放て、あのグラスだけは壊すなといった単一の命令は絶対で、よほど強力なサーバントでも逆らうのは難しくなる。
Do not break the glass. I use my command spell to tell you to fix the living room.
さてここまでで私が言いたいことがわかるな、マスター。
Fix the damn living room.
要するに
You ruined
広
it.
く長い命令は意味がないんでしょ。効果も戒めも薄いならサーバントはレイジュに逆らって行動できる。そんな効き目の薄い命令をするなら絶対的な単一の命令をした方がいい。
そうだ、レイジとはもともと自分たちの能力以上の奇跡を起こすためのもの。それを代用の効く命令などで消費する具は許されない。君の先ほどのレイジはまさにそれだ。私が君に従うかは話し合いで解決できたことだし、仮にレイジを使ったところで全ての言動に絶対服従などレイジが100あっても実現できない。
じゃあ私のさっきのレイジは無意味ってこと？
Yes, it was for
通常
nothing.
ならそうなのだがな。どうも君の魔術師としての性能は桁が違ったらしい。
Is he shocked or happy? My servant's lips twitched forward, even as he says,
桁が違ったって、もしかしてちょっとあなた自分が今どんな状態なのか正直に話してみなさい。
The implication dawns on me, and I ask him eagerly.
ああ、誤算というのはそれだ。先ほどの命令では少しはマスターの意見を尊重しようという程度の心変わりにしかならない。だが今の私は君の言葉に強い強制を感じている。君の意見に異を唱えると、そうだな、ランクが一つばかり落ちるようだ。つまりマスターの意向に逆らうと体が重くなって動きづらいというところか。
My servant shrugs in resignation. Damn, bro. It worked! So he's saying that my command spell wasn't a waste, but an actual benefit. He's still being as sarcastic as ever, so it doesn't seem to have had any effect. Besides, even if he's weakened, I doubt even 10 of me could resist it if he tried. If he decided to rebel against me.
前言を撤回しよう、マスター。年齢は若いが、君は卓越した魔術師だ。子供と侮り、戦いから遠ざけようとしたのは私の過ちだった。無礼ともども謝ろう。
The servant straightens his posture and gives me a formal bow.
やめてよ。確かにいろいろ言い合ったけど、そんなの喧嘩両成敗っていうか。
そうか。いや、話のわかるマスターで助かった。
なんか切り返し早いわね、あんた。
何？誤算は誤算だったが、嬉しい誤算というやつだったから。
I wonder, will it let me save? Yeah,
こ
it
れほど
will.
の才能
Let
があ
me,
るのな
let
ら
me save here.
君を戦いに巻き込むことに異論はない。
I indeed miscalculated, but this was the best. This must be what they call a happy accident. I have no qualms being amazed of your talents in a war. Is this his roundabout way of saying I'm a strong master?
じゃあ、レイジュ抜きで私がマスターだって認めるのね。
無論だ。先ほどは召喚されたばかりで馴染んでいなかったが、今では完全につながった。
It means you should be able to feel the bound of our impact. Now that he mentions it, something feels weird about my body. does feel weird about my body. It's as if my closed off nerves are now connected to the outside. Specifically, I can feel a portion of my magical energy flowing to the man before me.
そっか。サーバントは聖杯に呼ばれるけど、呼ばれたサーバントをこの世に留めるのは。
そう、マスターの力だ。サーバントはマスターからの魔力提供によってこの世にとどまる。魔力提供量は十分だ。経験的に問題はありそうだが、君の能力は飛び抜けている。普通の魔術師ならばサーバントを召喚した瞬間に意識を失っているだろう。先ほどのレイジといい、この魔力量といい、マスターとして君は間違いなく一流だ。
今更褒めたって何も出ないけど。
Tsundere. I break eye contact out of embarrassment. Well, I didn't see this coming. I know the command spells is making him obey me, but still, this superhuman servant is sincerely acknowledging me as his master.
で、あなた何のサーバント？
I clear my head and return to business.
見てわからないか？ああ、それは結構。
You can't tell by like, no, dude, I can't. Are you an archer, a lancer? The fuck? I take it all back. He's definitely making fun of me.
わかったわ。これはマスターとしての質問よ。ねえ、あなたセイバーじゃないの？
残念ながら剣は持っていない。
Unfortunately, I am not equipped with a sword. I suspected as much. When all said and done, I got the time rod. My summoning circle didn't do its job, and my servant sped out into some random room. It was far too sloppy of a ritual to summon the strongest servant saber.
ドジったわ。あれだけ宝石を使っておいてセイバーじゃないなんて目も当てられない。
悪かったな、セイバーでなくて。
え？ああ、うん。そりゃ通行のミスだから残念だけど、悪いのは私なんだから。
ああ、どうせアーチャーでは派手さに欠けるだろうよ。いいだろう。後で今の暴言を悔やませてやる。
Archer.
その時になって謝って。聞
Yes.
かないからな。
Dude, archers are OP as fuck, dude. Dude. Assassin's probably the worst one to get because they always lose. They last a pretty decent bit, but like, bro, they always lose. They're always being served for the bad guys, bro. And they always suck.
はい？
What a surprise. The unidentified servant seems to be sulking. Maybe my fixation on Saber offended him.
何？勘に触った？あーちゃん。
触った。見ていろ。必ず自分が幸運だったと思い知らせてやる。
I'll be back in a sec. Right. I got my pizza. Gonna be eating occasionally. Is it possible to have autoplay or no? Control auto mode. Toggle loop A. Okay, auto mode. But that reaction felt somehow childish, free of malice. You know, you might be a pretty decent guy.
そうね。それじゃあ必ず私を後悔させて。
I
あーちゃ
forgot
ん
to switch. There we go.
そうなったら素直に謝らせてもらうから。
ああ、忘れるなよ、マスター。己が召喚したものがどれほどのものか知って感謝するがいい。もっともその時になって謝られてもこちらの気は晴れんだろうがな。
まあいいわ。それであんたどこの英霊なのよ。
Bruh. Archer doesn't answer. His sardonic expression is replaced with a deepening
あ
frown.
ーちゃん、マスターである私がサーバントであるあなたに聞いているんだけど。
それは秘密だ。
は？
私がどのようなものだったかは答えられない。
あのね、つまんない理由だったら怒るわよ。
それはなぜかというと自分でもわからない。
He doesn't know shit.
はあ？何よそれ。あんた私のことバカにしてるわけ？
マスターを侮辱するつもりはない。
I just realized this was actually two pieces.
これは君の不完全な召喚のツケだぞ。
It's a huge ass
どう
slice.
も記憶に混乱が見られる。自分が何者であるかはわかるのだが名前や素性がどうも曖昧だ。
Damn, bro.
まあさして重要な欠落ではないから気にすることはないのだが。
気にすることはない。気にするわよそんなの。あんたがどんな英霊か知らなきゃどのくらい強いのかわからないじゃない。
なんだ、そんなことは問題ではなかろう。さまつな問題だよ、それは。
さまつってあんたね、相棒の強さがわからないんじゃ作戦の立てようがないでしょ。そんなんで戦っていけるわけないじゃない。
何を言う。私は君が呼び出したサーバントだ。それが最強でないはずがない。
He's so straightforward. The Crimson Knight fixes me with a gaze of confidence and trust.
Oh. まあいいか。誰にも正体がわからないってことには変わりはないんだし、敵を騙すにはまず味方からって言うし。わかった。しばらくあなたの正体に関しては申しましょう。
Sorry about that.
それじゃあじゃあ最初の仕事だけど
早速か。好戦的だな君は。それで敵は？
Go and kill everybody, Archer. Before he can say enemy, I toss a broom and dustpan at him.
下の掃除お願い。あんたが散らかしたんだ
Easy.
から責任
Good
持ってきれいに
use.
しといてね。
Perfect use. My gosh.
待て。君はサーバントを何だと思っている？
使い魔でしょ。ちょっと生意気で扱いに困るけど。
意義あり。そのような命令は
いいの？これマスターとしての命令よ。マスターの方針に逆らったら体が重くなるんだっけ？まああなたはその程度じゃどうってことないだろうけど、そのペナルティは今を掃除するまで続くのよ。そんな状態で明日から戦っていくのは危ないんじゃない？
了解した。地獄に落ちろ、マスター。
Understood. Go to hell. Oh my gosh. Look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing. This thing's huge. Look at it. Damn. Fateful day draws to a close. No, rather, my fate was shaped by this night. That makes 6, including me. Once the 7th of the final master summons their servant, the Holy Grail War of this generation will begin in the not so distant future. The battle I've been waiting 10 long years for is about to commence. A new month, that's crazy. I am just starting, bro. Normally I'd read this, but my mouth is full, so nah. that we use to clean up our living rooms. Hold up. No. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is that grammar? You only get 3 shots. What the fuck? First route, fate. First route. Just started playing. I'll start reading out loud once I finish this. Got another piece left. So yeah. You're gonna have to hold down the cringe and read this yourself. Damn it.
もう朝。9時過ぎてる。遅刻どころの話じゃない。体が重い。半分以上持ってかれたみたいね、これは。
More importantly, did Archer fix the living room? That is the big question.
私、セイバーじゃなくってアーチャーを呼び出したんだ。魔力が戻るまで1日ちょいか。今日は鳴らし運転ってことにしよう。問題なんてあるわけないけど。あいつの記憶が戻るまで切り札は封印か。思い出せないんじゃ使いようがないしね。まあ火はこっちにもあるし、 なんとかやっていくしかないか。
Alright. I'm just gonna put it there for now. Alright. How do I turn this off? Now I'll continue reading.
見直したかもこれ。
Whoa, 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 whoa. There you go, finally. We're back. Damn, everything's fixed. The parlor's completely back to normal. I thought he'd maybe just clear away the debris, but the room is so spotless I can't help but be impressed. He might have felt bad for wrecking the place. I doubt he would have gone to the trouble otherwise. I guess I ought to commend him for being a more decent guy than I.
日はとっくに昇っているぞ。また、随分とだらしがないんだな、君は。
I retract my statement. There isn't a remorseful bone in his body.
おはよう。そういうあんたは随分とリラックスしてるようね。今。
何？一晩過ごした部屋だからな。どこに何があるか把握したよ。おう。ついでだから厨房も片付けておいた。もう少し荒れているかと思ったが、なかなか気の行き届いた厨房だ。一人暮らしの洋館にしては上等だな。
I have a headache. Why do I have to put up with a servant judging my interior decoration? I thought servants all cared only about fighting. Are we sure this guy isn't defective?
なるほど。本調子ではなさそうだな。昨夜は元気だったが、睡眠をとって疲れが出たのだろう。うん。紅茶でよければご馳走しよう。
Acting like he owns the place. Without missing a beat, Archer produces a teacup and fills it with the expensive reddish tea he's been brewing. There's a lot I want to say right now, but oddly enough, I can't work up the indignation too. The way he does it all is so refined. I've got to admit, he might be rather cultured. He's a cultured individual. He's very cultured. Archer is very cultured, 100%. I agree. I sit down on the chair. The teacup is placed soundlessly in front of me. I take a sip. Oh, it's delicious. I expected as much, since it's my favorite favorite Chinese tea. A spring harvest hancha. Hancha? I'd be upset if it didn't taste good. On that note, I'd normally be upset if someone used my favorite tea leaves without asking. It makes me mad, but the tea was brewed so exquisitely that the pleasure it brings overcomes my anger. Nice, alright.
ちょっと、何笑ってるのよ、あんた。
何、感想が聞きたかったが、その顔では聞くまでもないと思っただけだ。
The smug look on his face. Damn it. I set the teacup down with a forceful thud.
もったいない。熱いうちに味わった方がいいぞ。私が気に障るなら消えているが。
ごちそうさま。結構よ。私は茶坊主が欲しくてマスターになったわけじゃないわ。あなたもね、頼みもしないことをする必要はないわよ。
そうか。確かに私も茶坊主になったり後片付けをするために契約したわけではない。
ええ、私が求めているのは戦力としての使い魔よ。家事をこなすサーバントなんて聞いたことがないし、する必要も特にないわ。
ん？特にはないとは。
What do you mean by particularly? Because you were just asked to clean up the living room, bro. Guess it wasn't obvious already. You kind of are a maid.
別に好きなようにとって結構よ。それより、あなた自分の正体を思い出せた？
Archer shakes his head in the negative. That doesn't bode well. If you can't remember a single night, then his memories probably won't return easily. There are some measures I can try today, but
わかった。あなたの記憶に関してはおいおい対策を考えとく。じゃあ出かける支度をして、はーちゃん。召喚されたばかりで勝手もわからないでしょ。街を案内してあげるから。
出かける支度？いや、そんな必要はないだろう。出るのならばすぐに出られるが。
あのね、そんな格好で出歩くつもり？どう見ても普通じゃないし、他のマスターが見たら一発でサーバントってわかるじゃない。私、自分から私はマスターですなんて言いふらす気はないんだけど。
ああ、そういうことか。それも問題はない。確かに着替える必要はあるが、それは実体化している時だけでね。サーバントはもともと霊体だ。非戦闘時には霊体になってマスターにかける負担を減らす。
Okay, okay. Back.
ああ、そっか。召喚されたって英霊は英霊だものね。霊体に肉体を与えるのはマスターの魔力なんだから、私が魔力提供をカットすれば。
自然。我々も霊体に戻る。そうなったサーバントは守護霊のようなものだ。レイラインでつながっているマスター以外には観測されない。もっとも会話程度はできるから偵察ならば支障はないが。
わ、便利。それじゃあ本当に他のマスターを探し出すなんて難しいんだ。
ああ。だが魔術師は魔術師を知覚できるだろう。それと同じでサーバントもサーバントを感知できる。優れた魔術を知るサーバントならば遠く離れたサーバントの位置さえ把握するだろう。
Archer has it in one. Masters are supposed to be capable mages. And the more magical energy the mage has, the better they are at detecting traces of magical energy. As far as I know, however, there isn't one else around with that degree of power.
で、あんたはどうなの？他のサーバントの位置、わかる？
マスター、私のクラスは何か忘れたのか？遠く離れた敵の位置を探るなど、騎士上がりにできるものか？
He has a point. Archer's magical energy isn't on that level. It's likely that only the only magically powerful caster is capable of easily locating distant foes.
わかったわ。じゃあ、とりあえず後についてきて、はーちゃん。
そう目新しいものではなさそうだがね。それよりマスター、君、大切なことを忘れていないか？
え？大切なことって何？
まったく。君、まだ本調子ではないぞ。契約において最も重要な交換を私たちは未だしていない。
契約において最も重要な交換。
He's demanding equivalent exchange? Is he demanding equivalent exchange? No, that can't be it. The chance to take part in the Holy Grail War is already a reward enough for a servant. There shouldn't be anything else left to trade.
君な。朝は弱いんだな、本当に。
Archer sounds exasperated. His oh so sardonic manner of speech finally gives me an idea. Come to think of it, he's never once called me by my name.
しまった。名前。
思い当たったか？まあ、今からでも遅くはないさ。それでマスター、君の名前は？これからは何と呼べばいい？
Archer sounds sulky. Oh man, he really is a decent person. I'm sure of it now. After all, there's no tangible benefit to exchanging names. Servants are forcefully bound to their servants by the command spells, while names are key to contracting with a regular familiar. There's no need for a master and a servant to be so intimate. But it's important to Archer. He's clearly trying to establish trust between comrades in arms, regardless of the command spells.
私、遠坂凛よ。あなたの好きなように呼んでいいわ。
Nice. I answer in a clipped tone, unwilling to let slip my admiration. He'll probably just call me something impersonal like master or hey you, which works out just fine for me. Except Archer chews on Rin Tosaka for a moment.
それではリンと。ああ。この響き
Damn,
は
bro. Dang.
実に君に似合っている。
He says something really forward.
リン、どうした？何やら顔色がおかしいが。
うるさい。いいからさっさと行くわよ、あーちゃん。とにかくのんびりしてる暇なんてないんだから。
I turn on my heel and storm away, huffing. This is so infuriating. I'm not even sure why. Damn that Archer. Did he say that just to mess with me?
ありえる。
Damn, bro.
こいつなら絶対そうだ。
Big Sag. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Must be all part of his plan to get me all flustered. I'd better be careful. Gotta work with this wise guy from here on out. Man, she's playing chess, bro. She's playing chess, bro. She's overthinking everything, honestly, at this point. I take Archer outside. Fuki City, my hometown, is broadly divided into two halves. There's Miyama, which is left over from the village the city grew out of, and Shinto, the developing modern region across the river. My house is in Miyama, the old part. Myanmar is split into two areas. The European-style neighborhood, we already went over this, originally inhabited by immigrants from abroad, and the old Japanese-style houses, set against a mountainous backdrop. Both areas are situated on hilltops along the outskirts of town. The street dividing the two residential areas are fairly normal by comparison. How normal, you ask? This normal. This is the crossroads of Myanmar. On one side lies the road going up the hill to the European neighborhoods where I live. Opposite of it, the road to the Japanese houses. And between them is the path leading into Shinto, where my school and the shopping areas are, as well as the Ryudo Temple in the mountains. Whatever, I'm not even gonna bother. We come to the bridge connecting Shinto to Miyama. Years ago, a big train station went up in Shinto, bringing it with it frenzied urbanization. They may belong to the same municipality, yeah. But Miyama and Shinto couldn't be more different. The name Fuyuki, written in with the kanji for winter tree, is supposedly inspired by lawn winters here, which by the by are pretty lawn. Despite that, temperatures are warm. February here is only about as cold as the very start of winter elsewhere. I bet if you randomly started digging, you'd turn up a hot spring or two. Though of course, our temperate weather disqualifies this town as a hot spring resort location. We got an odd climate where the mild winters suddenly turn into springtime bloom come April. Alright. This is meaningless dribble. This is what Shinto looks like. A number of tall buildings have been erected as if in a hurry, giving the hastily developed city a distinguishedly artificial feel. It all happened in the past decade or so, too. 10 years ago, there was a large fire that wiped out the residential area. Someone built a bunch of glass and metal buildings on the depopulated land. Okay. And here is the center of it
こ
all.
こが信徒の公園よ。これで主だったところを歩いて回ったわけだけど、感想は？
As Archer is next to me. Of course, he's invisible.
広い公園だ。だというのに人気がないのは何か理由でもあるのか？
やっぱりそう見える？ まあここはちょっとした曰くがあるから。
I look out over the park. You'd think that a wide open space like this would have children playing in it, even on a weekday. But inside, there are only a handful of people. This place feels dull and lifeless.
10年前の話よ。この辺り一帯で大きな火事があったんだって。火は一日燃え続けて、雨が降り出した頃に消えたんだとか。その後町は復興したけど、ここだけはそのままなの。
Okay.
焼け野原になって何もなくなったから公園にしたらしいわ。
Archer says nothing, but I can tell he sensed something odd. Even I can't see him.
気づいたみたいね。そうよ。ここが前回の聖杯戦争決着の地。私も事情は知らないけど、前回の聖杯戦争はここで終結してそれきり。
なるほど。それでこんなにもここは怨念に満ちているというわけか。
わかるの？そういうの。
サーバントというのは霊体だ。そのあり方は怨念、猛襲に近い。故に同じ無念には敏感なのさ。街中でも濃い場所はあるが、ここは別格だ。我らから見れば固有結界のそれに近い。
Tosca mutters under her breath. Archer's inflectionless tone mentions an unusual bit of magical jargon. Innate bounded fields, mages call them reality marbles. Reality marbles are considered one of the apexes of magecraft. They're said to be infinitely close to true magic. For the last few centuries, bounded fields have served as mages' defensive barriers. To put it in simple terms, they're like a home security system with real teeth. Bounded fields are conventionally erected on a place of land or a building to guard against outside threats. They're merely an alteration of an area that already exists. Reality marbles, however, are something else entirely. You can think of them as a space that consumes reality itself. When a mage materializes their imaginary world, a representation of their mind, and overwrites the real world with it, we call the resulting field a reality marble. It's a large area magecraft that twists, no, rebuilds the world according to the mage's wishes.
リン、どうした？考え事か？
ちょっと意外だったから。こういう結界だなんて、アーチャーのくせに珍しい言葉を知ってるなって。
なんだ、知っていてはおかしいか？
だってそうじゃない。こういう結界っていうのは魔術師にとっては禁忌中の禁忌、奥義の中の奥義だもの。アーチャーであるあなたが知ってるなんて筋違いよ。
I shoot a quizzical gaze in this general direction. In reply, I feel an incomparable sigh.
リン、英雄とは剣術、魔術に長けたものを指す。アーチャーだからといって弓しか使えないと思うのは勝手だが、私以外のサーバントにそんな楽観は持たないでくれ。
Oof. It does make sense when he puts it like that.
わかったわよ。今のは軽率な発言だったわ。次からは気をつけるからこれでいいで。
リン、ズバリ言おう。君は優秀だが、それゆえに他人を過小評価する欠点がある。成人するまでには強制したまえ。
何気に失礼なこと言うわね、あんた。
Break my habit? He's talking about me as like an unruly racehorse.
いや、失礼。別にリンがジャジャ馬だと言ったわけではない。単にイメージ通りの表現を使っただけというか。
なおさら悪いわ。
My right hand suddenly flares in pain.
ちょっと黙ってあーちゃん。
The command spells on my right hand hurt. They're throbbing, almost like a dull alarm warning their owner.
誰かに見られてる。
I scan my surroundings. I mentally weave a direction web and cast it over the park.
私じゃ見つけられない。あーちゃん、あなたは？
難しいな。私には視線すら感じられん。
ってことは、見てるのはマスターね。
I don't know who it is, but if Archer can't tell, then it must be a master. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We don't have all 7 yet, but the fighting it could still start at any time. Maybe whoever's watching me is up to for an early
レイ
skirmish.
ジはレイジに反応する。マスターであるのなら、誰がマスターであるかは出会えば感じられるということか。だが、それならリンにも
ええ。けど、行為の術者なら自分の魔力ぐらい隠し通せる。いくら霊樹同士が反応するって言っても、その霊樹だって魔力で発動するものよ。大元であるマスター自身が魔術回路を閉じていれば見つけることは難しいわ。
厄介だな。では、こちらはいいように位置を知らせているということか。
でしょうね。まあ、私だって家探しすれば魔力殺しぐらいは見つかるだろうけど。
必要ないと？
そう。だって隠さなければ向こうからやってきてくれるでしょ。
Archer doesn't respond. Maybe he's irritated with me.
何よ、自信過剰はいけないって言いたいの？
I ask a little defensive, thinking of our earlier exchanges. Archer mentally brushes the question aside.
君はそのままが一番強い。小物には付きまとわせてやるがよかろう。
I can feel the smirk in his tone. I'm not saying what I like. I'm not saying I like what he said, but it's enough of an olive branch, I suppose. We start walking around town again. I spend the day talking him all the important places, taking him to all the important places. Fucking hell. And even drop by some less significant spots that you might be useful to know. After dinner, I make our final stop. It's now after 7 in the evening. This is a good chance to show him the best vantage point in the city. The wind howls. We're atop the tallest building in Shinto. The command view of the city makes for the fitting end to our tour.
どう？ここなら見通しがいいでしょ、あーちゃん。
はあ、将来君と付き合う男に同情するな。よくもまあ、ここまで好き勝手連れ回してくれたものだ。
あ？何か言った？あーちゃん。
素直な感想を少し。と、確かにいい場所だ。初めからここに来れば歩き回る必要もなかったのだが。
何言ってるのよ。確かに見晴らしはいいけど、ここからわかるのは街の前景だけじゃない。
そうでもないが、アーチャーのクラスは伊達ではないぞ。旧兵は目が良くなければ務まらん。
そうなの？それじゃあここから家が見える？あーちゃん。
いや、さすがに隣町までは見えない。せいぜい橋あたりまでだな。
嘘。タイルっ
The
て
tiles on the bridge. Oh my gosh. I didn't expect this vision to be as good as the telescopes I often see at rooftops. Sharp-eyed doesn't even begin to cut it.
びっくり。アーチャーって本当にアーチャーなんだ。
リン、まさかとは思うが。
そんなわけないでしょ。たださ、あなたってアーチャーって言われには弓使いっぽくないからつい勘違いしてただけ。
それは問題発言だ。帰ってから追求しよう。
With that, Archer goes quiet for a while. He must like the landscape from up here. He's probably considering the layout of the city. I shouldn't interrupt him while he's thinking. I stepped away from Archer and approached the edge of the rooftop. All I can see from here are the lights below. Headlights flow through the streets, and I can make out people on the way home from work. I can't tell what kinds of cars they are, or who exactly is walking. I could see them, but not clearly. It's not unlike how I could tell someone was watching me earlier, even if I couldn't pinpoint them.
少なくとも神道を根城にしている奴が一人いる。
Suddenly I feel someone's eyes on me. There's no reaction from the command spells. I simply sense that someone's looking at me.
下
I peer down. People are walking on the street, but one in particular is gazing up at me, as if staring at the moon. I'm not sure exactly who that is. I can't say for certain, and yet I know exactly who. I can't believe that guy. What's he doing out this late?
敵を見つけたのか。
Archer calls out to me. Maybe he can make out my rising hostility.
別にただの知り合い。私たちには関係のない一般人よ。
Unable to clamp it down, I irritably snap back at him and step away from the roof's edge. He couldn't have seen me from the ground. I'm sure it was just a coincidence. I haven't given myself away, and yet my mage side is screaming at me for allowing an eyewitness to catch sight of me. By the time I head back to Miyama, it's about 9 p.m. Unlike Shinto, Miyama is mostly residential. After 9, there isn't really anyone outside, and the streets are silent as if it's much later at night.
こんなところね。街の作りは大体わかった？
ああ、町のことならわかる。あとはおいおい掴んでいくさ。
なら今日はここまでね。私もまだ本調子じゃないし、家に戻って休みましょう。
I start up the hill at a relaxed pace, when I know someone up ahead.
あれ、さくら？
Uh-oh. Now would not be a good time to run into her.
リン、何を隠れている？
黙ってて。あそこにいるの知り合いなのよ。今日は学校休んだし、あんまり顔を合わせたくないの。
As I answer, I keep an eye on her. In the middle of the street, there's the first-year student I know, and a foreigner I don't. It's my boy. They're talking. No. It looks more like he's trying to pick her up. Well, she'd rather be anywhere else.
知り合いとは外国人の方か？
いいえ、知らない。この辺りは洋館が多いから、どっかよそから遊びに来てるんじゃない？
Even as I finish the sentence, I'm mentally telling myself off for being so soft on that girl.
あ、じゃあ、あいつ人間？
さあ、実態はあるから人間なのだろう。少なくともサーバントではない。
そうよね。マスターでもないし、ただの血は喧嘩か。
Though even I know that she isn't the sort to be caught up in something like
二
that.
人とも言ったな。女は坂を登っていく。男は
The blonde-haired man descends via this street we came by.
それじゃああなたはここを使って。私はもう眠るけど、何か質問はある？
とりわけ重要な疑問はない。すぐに戦闘を仕掛けない君の判断は正しいよ。
ええ。 それじゃあ明日、今朝の紅茶をよろしくね。
Once I'm back in my room, the fatigue washes over me.
そうだ、眠る前にきれいに連絡しないと。
The annoying priest left me a message. By now he's probably sent for the backup mage. It isn't my problem, but he is my legal guardian. I owe him a phone call at least.
電話と。
I punch his number into the telephone. Before long, the fake priest picks up.
きれい？私だけど、昨日サーバントと契約したから、正式にマスター登録お願い。
There's a brief pause. Curious silence is deafening. I can feel its way even through the earpiece.
いいだろ。ではどうする？一度こちらに顔を出さないか。君のご両親から預かっているものもある。君がマスターになった場合にのみ、成人前に伝えてほしいと頼まれているのだが。
ああ、それって父さんの遺言のこと？それならもう解読して手に入れたからいいわ。それじゃ気が向いたらお邪魔するからよろしく。
待てリン。マスターになったのなら。
I hung up before he finishes. Do I have to listen to the curious nagging while I'm this tired? I have a feeling my magical energy will drain away instead of recover.
さて、
Hmm.
これで準備は終わりっと。
All that's left is to sleep. Once I open my eyes, it'll be a brand new day. 10 years ago, my father tonight, as my father fought as a mage in the Holy Grail War and lost. Now it's my turn to risk it all for the same prize. It's the 2nd of February. Let's go. And after breakfast, I lay out my plans for the day.
何？学校に行くだと？
ええ、何か問題あるかしら、あーちゃん。
問題はないが、しかし、それは。
Archer looks reluctant, but doesn't protest. After spending a whole day with me, he probably understands now that Rin Tosca doesn't go back on her word once she's made up her mind. I can sense his disagreement, even if he doesn't voice it. But I've also learned that Archer has a sincere side beneath all that sarcasm. He won't whine about a decision that he's accepted. Yep, he's loyal and awkward, like that. That's what my intuition says, at least, after watching him yesterday.
リン、マスターになったからには常に敵マスターを警戒しなくてはならない。学校という場は不意の襲撃に備えにくい場所だ。
Let me save quickly. Mm-hmm.
そんなことはないけどね。いいあーちゃん。私はマスターになったからって今までの生活を変える気はないわ。それにマスター同士の戦いは人目を避けるものでしょ。それなら人目につく学校にいれば不意打ちされることはまずないと思うけど。
そうか。リンがそう決めたのなら私は従うだけだ。だが霊体化して君の護衛をするぐらいはいいのだろうな。まさか学校に行っている間はここに残れなどとは言うまい。
当たり前じゃない。学校に限らず外に出るときはそばにいてもらうからね。マスターを守るのもサーバントの役割なんだから、頼りにしてる。
それを聞いて安心した。信頼に応えるのは騎士の務め。せいぜい期待に沿うとしよう。だがリン、もしもの話だが、その安全な場所に敵がいたとしたらどうする？
何？学校にマスターがいる？
そうだ。確かに学び屋には生徒と教師以外は入りにくいが、すでに内部の者がマスターだとしたら、いや、
それはないんじゃないかな。 この町には魔術師の家系は遠坂とあと一つしかないの。そのあと一つっていう家系は落ちぶれてるし、マスターにもなってないし。
マスターになっていないと。
あのね、うち以外に魔術師の家系がいるんなら、真っ先に確かめるのは当然でしょ。そいつマスターにはなってなかったし、あっちの家系の後継者にはマスターになるだけの魔力がないから無視して構わないわ。
そうか。つまり凛の通う学校にはもう一人魔術師がいるのだな。
そういうことだから、他のマスターは外からやってくる連中が大半のはず。そんな連中、
まあ今の段階ではな。だが凛、何事にも例外は存在する。もし学校に君が知らない魔術師がいたとしたら。
だからいないってば。魔術師っていうのは他の同業に敏感なの。1年も同じ学校にいたらね、どんなに隠してても魔術師の存在は感じ取れる。断言するけど、うちの学校に魔術師は2人しかいないわ。そのうちの1人が私で、もう1人はマスターになるだけの力がない魔術師見習いなの。わかった？アーチャーの用心はただの杞憂よ。そんなこと絶対にありえ。
だからもしもの話だ。物事には常に裏目が存在する。本来ありえざることが起こるのもまた運命だ。もしそういった事態になった場合、私に八つ当たりをするのだけは思いとどまってほしいと言っているのだ。
Archer chuckles dryly. His smug attitude already makes me want to do exactly that. But I'll be late for school if I let him keep pushing my buttons.
そんなことあるわけないじゃない。もしもの話っていうのは起きないからもしもの話なのよ。もしそんなことになったら、その時は私の見通しが甘かったってだけなんだから。
よし、確かに聞いたぞ。
I'll remember you said that. Let's get going then. Oh my gosh, bro, she's gonna run into one.
君の学び屋まで30分。そろそろ出なければ間に合わない時間帯だ。
驚いた。もしもの話って本当にあるのね。
ああ、私も驚いている。いや、何事もケチをつけておくものだな。思わぬところで役に立った。
This is our exchange the moment we pass through the front gate. It's almost time for homeroom, so there are students on their way to class, all around us. And Archer and I stand like a pillar amid strong, swirling human
空
sea.
気がよどんでるどころの話じゃない。これ、もう結界が張られてない？
完全にではないが、すでに準備は始まっているようだな。ここまで派手にやっているということは、よほどの大物か。
とんでもない素人ね。異常を感じさせる結界なんて三流だもの。やるんなら仕掛ける時まで隠し通しておくのが一流よ。
で、君はどちらだと思う？リン。
さあ、一流だろうが三流だろうが知ったことじゃないわ。私のテリトリーでこんなゲスなもの仕掛けたやつなんて問答無用でぶっ倒すだけよ。
I let out an indignant huff as I crossed through the grounds. As a mage, there's no sugarcoating it. I won't be satisfied until whoever made this bounded field gets what's coming to them. Fuck. I'm messed up, bro. On the way back from the music room after second period, I spot a first year floundering in the hallway. She looks like she could use a hand with a large stack of documents she's carrying.
手伝うわ、さくら。
Oh my gosh, it's her. Who's the blondie you were talking to? Who was he?
遠坂先輩。何、プリント？世界史って言ったらうちの担任じゃない。クズキのやつ。 女生徒に使いをさせるなんて何考えてんだか。はい。いいっていいって。それじゃあこれさくらのクラスまで？
久月先生のところです。5時があってから回収するって言ってました。
納得。久月は融通きかないからね。一つ5時があったぐらいで試験を中止させるやつだった。
This prologue's long, dude. Holy shit. I gotta.
試験って学校の試験をですか？
そう。あれは去年の中間試験だったかな。みんながガーッとマークシートを塗りつぶしてる時にやってきてね。5時があるので正しい問題ではなかった。よって試験は中止。後日改めて行うってあの調子で淡々と言ったのよ。私たちも
なんか久月先生らしいですね。それ先生、物を教える立場に間違いは許されないって人ですから。
久月のは度が過ぎてるけどね。さくらもそのうち思い知るわよ。久月の堅物ぶりったら岩か山かって感じなんだから。
遠坂先輩、久月先生のことが好きなんですね。先輩がそんな風に言うなんて珍しいです。
そう？まあ確かに久月はもうちょっと柔軟性があればなって思うけど。
Faculty at our school is made up of both really nice teachers and some really scary ones. It's a delicate balance that Mr. Kuzuki is an important part of. He's the stick to the carrot.
まあ2年になればもっと久月と顔を合わせるようになるわ。あいつは倫理も受け持ってるし。
My head's starting to hurt with this freaking headset. Oh, fuck. Shit, man. This headset's like hurts to wear sometimes if you wear it for too long. Let me see if I can connect my earbuds for a sec. Let me try to. Okay. I think my Bluetooth's off on my phone, so it won't connect to this. Downstairs. I'll be back. Getting this connected. It's connected. Swap. Okay. Any issues with the sound? I don't. Audio. I'm trying to get this thing. Let me just try like a YouTube video. I think the sound quality is kind of gone to shit because I have Streamlabs on. Yep, that's audio's bad right now. I gotta try to fix this, bro. I don't want to wear that headset. Bro, dude, that headset's heavy, dude. I finished like a whole last leg day and you're still here? Yeah, true. How far did you get? I'm still in the prologue. Yeah, I know. It's a long ass story, bro. Average fate experience, true. Get the dialogue? Nope. Alright, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna just have to bear with it and just go to the fights. Nope. Right. The faculty of our school is made up of both really nice teachers and some really scary ones. It's a delicate balance that Mr. Kuzuki is an important part of. He's a stick to a carrot. And that's when she slipped away. I'm returning to pronounce to Sakura. But before I head back to the classroom, I find myself stopping. That's cringe. He's never nice. There isn't much I could say to a smile like that. We say our farewells again, and I leave the underclassmen acquaintance. My underclassmen acquaintance. The school day is over. The classroom steadily empty, and the campus darkens by the hour. The crimson sun will set soon. One night falls, and there won't be much left around. I speak to my invisible partner. I feel him nod in acknowledgement. Battlefields are meant to protect their casters. You could consider them a terrain-based magecraft formed by weaving magical energy into a net and applying it to the earth to affect the inside of the field. There are countless types of effects they can have, ranging from wards that can isolate the area from the outside world to avoid detection, to fields that emit the type of magecraft that can be detected within, that can be activated within. The most effective types of suppresses biological functions inside the area of effect, and that's what's been applied to the school grounds. While it isn't finished, everyone within school will collapse once it's activated. Something like that wouldn't work on me though. Battlefields are, after all, targeted at the area I'm in, not me specifically. Such indirect magical interference won't affect a mage with magical energy flowing through her body. Similarly, the electrical charges that flow in the atmosphere won't disturb the electrical currents within my body. That means the battlefield has some other purpose. Whoever it is that's putting this thing here isn't trying to defeat a master within it. I don't want to believe it, but they're targeting all the people within the school. There's only one possible reason for that. It's a thought I can't stomach. After checking all around campus, I finished my search on the roof. It's thoroughly dark outside now. The school gates shut at 6 p.m. and it's now 8 p.m. The archer and I are the only ones left, and Archer's in his spirit form. There are 8 symbols boldly drawn on the rooftop. They're purplish red marks that only a mage can see. I've never seen or heard of sigils like these. Whoever set up this battlefield did it recklessly. But while imprudent, the magical work in itself is an order of magnitude beyond my own skills. I could temporarily erase the energy of the curse, but there's no way to dispel the battlefield itself. All the spellcaster needs to do is supply it with even more energy to reactivate the curse's effects. Archer doesn't comment. He's probably remained silent since encountering the rooftop sigils because he too has realized their nature. This battlefield does more than drain the victim's stamina. It will literally melt anyone inside once it's turned on. These are battlefields which rob victims of their life force and spiritual energy. But the spell that's been applied to the Scolded Grounds is on a whole different level. This is no less than a soul eater, a blood fort which melts the human bodies inside it and forcefully collects the souls that ooze out. Since antiquity, souls have always been difficult to handle. They're theorized to exist and are considered to be the necessary components of rangecraft. But only one mage has ever proven their existence. Our definition of souls stops at that which examines within, and that which is transferred between vessels. To not only extract souls, but then capture them in one place, it defies comprehension. What's a mage supposed to do with a bunch of energy we can't even convert? So if I had to think of a purpose for it, it comes out colder than I intended. He's right. The way to make your own servant stronger is to discriminately attack human beings. Damn, bro. Bro's going ham. Archer's saying that I should murder people and take their power if I want to win. It's so simple. I've always known this to be true, and I know it's the path I'm supposed to walk. Staring at the sigils, I make my stance clear. Oddly, Archer just sounds just as put off. His answer comes firm and resolute. I approach the sigil and extend my left hand. The magic crest engraved on my arm is like a grimoire passed down through the Tosca line. A mental switch is flicked. I pass magical energy through the magic crest, load a verse of bounded field erasure, take a deep breath, and activate it. I then send a pulse of magical energy via my left hand. That should wash away the sigil for now. Suddenly, a third voice chimes in while I'm casting a spell. I whirl around. Bro, look at those hands. Who stands with those types of hands, bro? Like, look at that. Like, he's like, Grr. He's like standing up and he's just like, Arrgh, I'm angry. A whirl around. A man is perched on top of the water tower, some 10 meters above, looking down at me. He's clad in a deep blue that blends into the night. His mouth is drawn into a grin, and he has a bestial air about him. The beast's glaze is sharp and clear. In this bizarre situation, the man in blue watches me as if greeting a friend he hasn't seen in a decade. His tone is lethal yet carefree. This man can see Archer. I think that was pretty obvious. My spine tenses. The man's voice is detached and nonchalant, but it's cooler than anyone I've ever heard. So scary it's nauseating. What's the best move here? I don't know. But my brain is still working enough to tell me that I absolutely must not fight him. The man raises an arm. It appears in a flash. His once empty hand now holds. It's a lance. He's a lancer. A scarlet 2-meter long weapon. My legs throw me to the side before I can think. There isn't time to hesitate about jumping off the roof. With all my might, I make a mad dash for the fence, intending to barrel right through it. A cyclone lifts the air, hair into the air. It was by the skin of my teeth. In that instant, something slices through the space I was just in, tearing the fence apart with it. A blue whirlwind pursues me. There's no way out. The fence is behind me. My flanks are cut off. I won't make it. I react swiftly. My magic crest surges to life, so I can weave a single count of magecraft. The spell lightens mass and manipulates gravity. Light as a feather, my body bounces into the air. And I jump over the fence to plummet to the roof. Off the roof. Air resistance to gravity push and pull along my body. It's about 10 meters to the ground. 1.7 seconds away. Too slow. He's going to catch up to me. I let Archer absorb the shock of the landing and break into a dash as soon as we touch the ground. I couldn't stay on that rooftop. We need a less cramped area from which to maneuver freely. A battlefield without obstacles, where Archer and I can truly shine. It takes me less than 7 seconds to escape the roof onto the schoolyard. A distance over 100 meters, crossed at a pace no normal person can manage, much less clearly see, and yet against a servant, it's a wasted effort. At the same time I draw back, Archer materializes before me. It's a cloudy night. Archer hand grips a short sword that faintly reflects the moonlight. The man's lips twist into an ominous sneer. The whirlwind howls. It's the weapon he swung at me on the rooftop. A spear of blood-like crimson that came mercilessly for my head. No shit. Gone is his carefree ease a moment ago. Archer stays silent, facing off against Lancer's unconcealed bloodlust. There's just under 5 meters between them. Lancer's weapon is nearly 2 meters long. It doesn't feel like this beast of a man is going to be deterred by a mere 3-meter difference. Or deference or whatever. I'm pretty sure I read that wrong. Archer doesn't take the bait. An unusual clash of blue and red stare at each other down. The two knights, somewhat similarly dressed, mutually calculate each other's demise. Archer doesn't answer. His back, steely as a sword, seems to convey that. He must not have anything to say to someone he must defeat. That's when I realize it. I'm such a fool. Archer was waiting for my word. I call out to him without getting any closer. Was that a laugh? The Red Knight surges forward, his lips curled in response. Wind swirls. A scarlet bullet flies forth, blade in hand. A blue spear thrust intercepts him. If the charging archer is a gust of wind, then the spear tip that rises to meet him is a divine storm. Streaking blades, elegant parries. Archers put on the defensive, fending off the swift thrust with his short sword. The man in red is stopped in his tracks. His advance is denied by the enemy. He can't even breach the 2-meter coverage of his spear. A polearm wielder can control his opponent's range. Lancer, with his nearly 2-meter reach, needs to simply engage his foe whenever he comes within range. It's easier for him to stab an advancing opponent than it is for him to go after Archer himself. Despite this, Lancer closes the distance himself to press the attack, all while keeping Archer from advancing further. Lancer's snarl is fiery. With each thrust, Lancer closes in, the assault never letting up for a second. Moving in too close to suicide for a spear wielder. The advantage of a spear is the ability to control the enemy's position. Lancer shouldn't have a chance if he keeps closing in. That's only according to conventional wisdom. Unerringly, unceasingly, Lancer's spear seeks to pierce Archer's throat, shoulder, forehead, heart. The strikes are too swift to even leave an afterimage. Archer is forced to parry, block, or evade every move of the spear. Any strike, if true, would be a mortal blow. Still, Archer is a servant, even if he specializes with the bow. He won't be able to be brought down so easily by mundane attacks. Ooh. The thrust at his forehead is quickly batted aside, and Archer renews his charge in the spite of Lancer's spear. Fucking hell, I can't read. One might think that swordplay is all there is to Archer's attacks, but he's exploiting a weakness of spear tactics. Against the spear's considerable reach, neither retreat nor evasion are viable defenses for long. A half-hearted withdrawal isn't enough to get out of range, while probing attacks will lead to evisceration. A reckless charge will similarly end in an impalement at the edge of spear's range. Archer and Lancer have more or less the same physical stature. Without heavy armor, it's difficult for Archer to penetrate the lethal storm of Lancer's attack radius. But Lancer's strikes are a different story. The high-speed thrusts, intended to pierce vital points, are indeed terrifying. But each strike is a set trajectory and target. If no one can predict these, then there are ways to avoid harm. Just as Archer is doing, one can block the strikes aimed at vital points, or just evade the arcs to create safe openings. Lancer probably underestimated him as a range specialist. The advantage of a long weapon is the generous range at which one can engage an opponent. By giving that up, Lancer assured his. The man red stops in his tracks. I watch a nightmare unfold, as if time has rewinded. Lancer's attacks become even faster than before. Archer's short sword is knocked aside as he twists to avoid being skewered. Lancer's spear doesn't allow retreat, or rather, his endless attacks are so fierce and sharp that even servants are doomed against them. We were the ones who underestimated our enemy. That servant, that Lancer, and his spear can't be described in mundane martial terms. Who could possibly survive such a relentless barrage? Archer beats a desperate retreat while parrying strikes. I need a drink. Creating slightly more distance between our fighters. In that moment, Lancer steps into a gap and unleashes an even more ferocious attack. The storm of attacks is a little different to what he's already been doing, but their execution is truly godlike. They've already clashed 10 times. No, it's actually several times more than that. The torrent of spear strikes increases again in intensity and number, threatening to take Archer's life 1,000 times over. It isn't even a change of speed, but in precision. At a steady pace, Lancer's spears comes down on Archer like a waterfall. How can Archer get inside his guard? With such a short weapon, all he can do is defend against the spear. He has no way to close in on Archer. In fact, he's being forced backwards. The steel vacuum stretches out. I could be backing Archer up, but the right words die in my throat. My magecraft isn't easy to aim precisely. I risk hitting Archer too if I can't get away enough from Lancer. Meanwhile, Lancer's advantage will only deepen. And to be honest, I'm captivated by their duel. So this is a battle between servants. The Holy Grail War is between familiars of the highest order, heroic spirits, beings that we mages can't begin to approach. Servants. Familiars divided among 7 classes and roles, serving 7 masters. Supreme familiars called forth by the Holy Grail itself. Familiars is really a disnomer to him. Familiars are supposed to be subservient minions who act on the behalf of a mage. Normally you'd imagine something like Puss in Boots, an elegant white bird, or a disobedient black dog, something like that. How dare you? How dare you freaking talk about Puss in Boots like that? How dare? Subservient? How dare? These are the sorts of familiars is what a typical mage can manage to command. Familiars are just that, from the Latin for a menial servant. It's inconceivable that a mascot used in manual labor would be stronger than its master. Servants are a different story. They're quite literally the most powerful examples of humanity. Even the 5 magicians wouldn't be able to control them. It's difficult to summon a servant, but not because servants are more powerful than mages. Servants are beings that surpass magecraft itself. To be clear, servants are the heroes of the past. Myths, legends, fables, histories. We call the glorious superhumans from our traditions heroes, whether these tales are true or not. Immortalized by what humanity says about them, they cease to be merely human after death and ascend to something greater. People who work miracles, who save multitudes, who accomplish great feats, are elevated to the status of heroes, either in life or after death. They become a type of elemental we call heroic spirits, guardians of the human race. It doesn't matter whether they were historical people or characters from mythology. Heroes are created by the thoughts of the people. We imagine them as the idols we wish they were and treat them as if they were real. Objective truth is irrelevant. Fame and faith are sufficient to give form to these legends. They're humanity's ultimate ideals, the greatest among us. That's what it means to be a hero, a heroic spirit. Naturally, it's impossible for a mere human to control something greater than a human. What mages usually do is borrow a portion of their power and imitate their feats. Summoning a complete heroic spirit is nearly impossible, yet the Holy Grail makes it possible. It allows us to see these spirits in the flesh and even bind them to our command. The sheer absurdity of it proves the Grail's omnipotence. That's how heroic spirits are summoned from across time, whether from the age of gods or as recent as a century ago. The 7 heroic spirits and protect their 7 masters, and each master sends their servants out to defeat enemy masters. It's a deathmatch between heroes of every age and every land. That's the story behind the ritual we call the Holy Grail War. Of course, there are limits to what the Grail can do. Even the Holy Grail can't indiscriminately summon mythic beings akin to elementals. Just as a form created by the people is required to materialize a Sith's theoretical factor known as demons, heroic spirits need a material form to operate in this world. This is their temporary label, and the way they are allowed to exist in this world. The Holy Grail provides vessels that heroic spirits can easily materialize in, called classes, and only heroic spirits that fit these classes can be summoned. A class is like a passport that lets a heroic spirit visit the modern era to act as a familiar. It's a material vessel that they can temporarily possess. There are 7 masters and 7 heroic spirits to serve them. Each is assigned one of 7 classes. Saber, the Knight of the Sword. Lancer, the Knight of the Spear. Archer, the Knight of the Bow. Rider, the Cavalier. Caster, the Mage. Assassin, the Silent Killer. Berserker, the Mad Warrior. Only heroic spirits with attributes corresponding to the 7 classes can be summoned to the modern world, and they become servants whom the masters command. That's the servant system. Humans summon and make contracts with heroic spirits beyond our ability to handle, all in the hopes of winning the miracle of beyond our ken. It's the greatest of battles that can only happen here in this land, like no other Holy Grail war. The duel reaches an even higher pitch. The short sword is flying from Archer's hand after blocking one of the Lancer's strikes. Lancer's skill is consummate. A seemingly straight thrust suddenly whipped into a disarming arc at Lancer's wrist. It was an attack that Archer couldn't have avoided, even if he saw it coming. There isn't an effective way to parry a spear with his sword. A forceful block is countered with an even keener strike, while defending a minimal force will never create an opening to exploit. A clash between a sword and a spear is shaping up into an intense battle to defeat an enemy outside of Archer's reach. There's no hesitation in Lancer, even as he taunts Archer. He pauses from the constant pressure he puts on Archer. Does he intend to settle the duel in an instant? Lancer takes a firmly footed stance, training a fiery glare, with a now unarmed Archer. It happens in an instant. In the span of a breath, Lancer looses a flurry of blows that's no less than a flash of light. Fucking hell, dude. Imperceptible. Forehead, neck, and heart. The spear moves to skewer all 3. And yet, another flash of light counters the first that couldn't even follow. Lancer's hand grasps a short sword once more. Like the weapon he used earlier, it's a Chinese sword not dissimilar to a cleaver. But the greatest difference between them is he's dual wielding blade and blade. In each hand he grips a sword that clearly is meant to complement the other. Lancer's spear swings through the air. It becomes even faster, as if to herald Archer's certain death. The duel becomes a symphony of clashing blades. The steel instruments play in a resounding chorus. The sparks of their conflict to a never-ending crescendo. Their battle is like a vacuum. It sucks in all the air around it, making me feel like I'd be cut even to dare approach. It all happened in an instant, really. but I watched with bated breath. The moment seemed to stretch on. Lancer keeps his foe out of his fatal pocket. All while Archer attempts to close the gap with his shield of dual swords. The fucking hell. They've clashed over 100 times already, Archer losing a weapon each time. But instantly another sword appears in Archer's empty hand. Lancer is slightly driven back each time. Lancer finally acknowledges his miscalculation. He has no idea who he's fighting. But it would be a mistake to keep dismissing his opponent as a bowman. A space opens up between them. Lancer puts a significant distance between them. Maybe he intends to start over. That agility isn't normal. Archer's change defies human Archer's charge defies human ability, but he's sluggish next to Lancer. The swiftness of Lancer's retreat and the speed and grace of a leopard. 27. Lancer sounds irritated. Actually, he sounds more confused than upset. I feel the same way. According to my father, servants typically only have one weapon. They're supposed to be similar relics of unimaginable power, not expendable items to be drawn over and over like Archer's doing. Servants are heroes whose spiritual rank are elevated to the magnitude of elementals or divine spirits after death. In a way, they're not unlike angels or demons. They're powerful familiars of their own. But of their greatest strength is the mighty weapons that prove their heroes. We call these magic items noble phantasms. They are the favored weapon or armor that a servant used while it's a living hero, and literally the servant's secret weapon. To a servant, a noble phantasm is a one-of-a-kind armament. It's the servant's indispensable ultimate weapon as well. The same goes for Lancer's spear, which can exhibit its power as a noble phantasm if he so chooses. A noble phantasm is a formidable weapon of its own, but its true power is expressed in invoking its true name. Heroes' weapons are known to have slain dragons or gods, to have conquered the earth. Servants activate noble phantasms within their own magical energy. It's not unlike magecraft, actually. Servants use their noble phantasm as catalysts to recreate the destruction from their legends. Damn, this is tough to read. A noble phantasm is most certainly not a disposable fool. Tough to read out loud, at least. Archer has produced dozens of swords by now. Each seems like a masterwork unto itself, but they certainly can't be his noble phantasm. He's an archer, after all. His secret weapon must be some kind of bow. The cause of Lancer's irritation is obvious. Lancer had been fighting as a spearman, while Archer has been fending him off as a swordsman, meaning that Archer hasn't revealed all his cards yet. That must be frustrating to deal with. For a moment, the bloodlust is so strong, I forget to breathe. Lance's arms move. It's a deliberate stance, without any nonchalance he's shown thus far. His spear tip dips, as if to puncture the ground, but Lancer's eyes bore straight through Archer. My gosh, I need water bad right now. Holy. Lancer lowers his stance. Simultaneously, a thorny, bitter cold overtakes the schoolyard. The air freezes. I don't mean to say that metaphorically. It's literally ice cold. All the mana in the atmosphere freezes solid. Only the warrior Lancer is allowed to breathe in this space. The spear in Lancer's hands is undoubtedly magical. Its true form eager to burst forth. Oh no. He's going to die. I don't know what kind of noble phantasm that is, but Archer's finished. It's the first time I've had this kind of premonition, and as hard as it is to believe, I don't doubt it for a second. If Lancer unleashes his spear, Archer will die. That is absolutely certain. As Lancer says, his spear means death. Archer will lose. Lancer will stab him through the heart, and he'll die. Despite that, despite these premonitions, despite this insight, I can't even help Archer. I feel like if I so much as lift a finger, I'll signal the beginning of the end. If there's a way to prevent Archer's defeat, then it can only be the sudden appearance of a third party whom we've all overlooked. Lance's ferocity disappears. I hear a sound of someone running away. From behind, I clearly make out a school uniform. Archer answers coolly. Sure enough, the interruption did save our skin. For a moment, my thoughts grind to a halt. Archer pursues Lancer immediately. I curse my own negligence. It's standard mage policy to eliminate witnesses. Until now, I've been careful not to allow anyone to see me as a mage to avoid that scenario. Why did it have to happen today of all days? Night feels oppressive, not letting even the moonlight through. I find Archer standing over the body of a student, collapsed on the floor of a terribly cold hallway. The convenience of someone finds people without hearing the fighting before. He looks wordlessly down at the student. An odor reaches my nose. The sight of slowly pooling blood makes me realize it's the smell of death. Archer goes off after Lancer. Only the fallen student and I remain in the corridor. I can't look at him in the eye. But I have to. This is my fault. This is my fault. This is my fault. Since I was young, since I made up my mind to inherit the Toxica legacy, I've been prepared for this. Mages aren't governed by good or evil. I've known all along that this path would be a bloody one. I don't know how many seconds ago Lancer killed him. It's just a matter of whether he was unlucky enough to be stabbed through the heart. My gosh, for real? Thank you for subscribing. The blood loss isn't as bad as I would expect for a destroyed heart, so maybe the injury isn't too deep. It might not be too bad, but he's still skewered if blood has cut off. But he's still screwed if his blood has been cut off to his brain. Though, yeah, if his heart was wrecked, then he would have died instantly. It's hard to hear, but just barely. My ears pick up a faint breathing that might be a death rattle. But it won't last more than a few seconds. I don't have the power to save him. I don't even have a way to heal my own wounds. I start to reach for the face of the prone figure. When I realize that my fingers won't move. They're shaking. But why? I'm used to this. I made this choice countless times. I've lost so much thanks to my own mistakes, my own selfishness. Yes, selflessness. That's why I've always been ready for this day to come. Then, why am I so angry at myself? I use cold logic to still my trembling fingers and legs and check the fallen student's face. A great weight falls onto me. I feel like I've just been struck by a hammer. I grind my teeth. No longer to brace myself against the shaking, but because I'm truly angry. Why did it have to be him? Why him especially? I'm not upset with Lancer for silencing a witness, as a servant should. But at school today of all days, at this hour, you fool. Why would you of all people? Sakura's face comes to mind. I'm sure she'll cry. And I find myself recalling the day after school some years ago. The sky glowed distant red. A boy that always ran. I can't help but think of the memes. The silly little girl watched him absently from afar. The boy who got involved in something he shouldn't have, and now his corpse is in front of me. There's still a way. If I fail, I might lose my trump card, but there's a way to save him. I'll lose it whether this works or not, so the outcome is the same to me. This is a mistake. His impending death is a foregone conclusion. It's my fault for not paying enough attention to what has been happening around me. And his fault for having the dumb luck to be here tonight. There's no need for me to go this far for him. My father, who left me with nothing to remember him by, did in fact leave me his heirloom to help me. It's a massive store of magical energy meant to be a trump card that helps me win this war. My precious, precious treasure, just for... I turned back and kneeled by the dying boy. Blech. Yeah. Do it. Do it! Do it! The pen in my hand gets lighter. My father's keepsake is nearly empty. With a clink, I drop it on the guy who was a second away from becoming a corpse. There really was no other way. I don't have the power or skill to bring someone back to life, especially not someone who with a destroyed heart, damaged blood vessels, and brain death mere seconds away. All I could do is patch up his many parts with brute force. It's a magic stone, like from Mushoku Tensei. Oh my gosh, the fucking references. But he's still alive. But if he's still alive, then I just need to help him the best I can. Though really I'm lying to myself. Yeah, there isn't any point in hanging around. Archer's off tailing Lancer, so I should just go home. On the way home, I remember. I left my father's memento at school, though now it's just a pennant with all of its magical energy run dry. I don't suppose I need it anymore. I might have a bit of energy left in it, but it's less than 10 gemstones I'm carrying. What Father wanted was for me to have enough magical energy to win the Holy Grail War. Now that I've used that resource up, its container doesn't mean much. I arrive home without announcing my return and plop on the sofa. Archer still isn't back yet. I heave a tired sigh and listen to the clock tick for a few minutes. I jump to my feet and make some black tea. I have plenty to think about. The servant we encountered most of all. I finally watched a battle between servants, which until today I'd only known through books. Dude, Lancer's OP as fuck, bro. But Archer has unlimited blades. Learning a servant's identity is key to defeating a servant. Without the exception of the idiot who doesn't know his own name, a servant's greatest weakness is their identity. Once you learn a servant's name and identity, then you can mostly deduce their noble, heroic spirit's noble phantasm. Fucking hell, dude. Jeez. It goes without saying that since servants are heroic spirits, they have legends associated with them. Unraveling their history can reveal a lot about their abilities. Masters address servants by their class names to hide their true names. The more famous a hero, the more likely their weapons and weaknesses are to be known. A heroic spirit who has become a servant will never willingly divulge their identity. That knowledge is reserved only for their master. There's a tacit understanding of what a master conceals their own servant's identity while trying to figure out the identities of other servants. Including this one, there's been 5 Holy Grail Wars thus far. Each servant quality depends on the caliber of the summoned heroic spirit. Naturally, a famous hero, or one with a legendary weapon, is powerful. Accordingly, it's difficult to summon such heroic spirits. For that, a summoner needs a connection to a heroic spirit they're summoning, such as a weapon the hero wielded during their lifetime. Even a mage's association with all its resources only has a few such items in its possession. That's why most mages, myself included, summon a heroic spirit whom we have an affinity with. A servant's magic strength is determined by the caliber of the heroic spirit, or so the logic goes. But reality isn't so clear-cut. Even a superior heroic spirit might struggle when classes in play aren't favorable. Class-specific abilities have a large impact on the outcome of a battle. Each of the 7 classes comes with additional abilities, and the interaction between these can allow one to triumph over a stronger opponent. To continue the example, it's, oh my gosh, dude, they're going on and on about this explanation, bro. It said that great heroes were defeated by lesser-known heroes in each of the previous 4 wars. As far as we know, the best servant class is Saber. Saber fought until the very end in each of the last four wars. Saber, Lancer, and Archer are said to have the most powerful magic resistance. Magecraft isn't effective against these 3 classes. After all, they're warriors from ages of myth and legend, when magic was still prevalent. Spells cast by modern mages would probably fizzle out on contact. That's why the first 3 classes are generally considered the most desirable. Another class to watch out for was Berserker. Okay, so which class isn't one that you watch out for? Just a question there. Quick question there. Heroic summon spirits summoned in this class lose their sanity. As the name suggests, they become crazed warriors and puppets of their masters, but are strengthened beyond the powers that they had in life. It's also worth noting that the stronger a servant is, the greater its burden on its master. In the past, masters who drew berserkers couldn't control their servants, and ultimately self-destructed due to the running out of magical energy. No exceptions. In the vast majority of cases, Holy Grail wars are won by the summoned servant's abilities. Of course, there are plenty of ways for masters to win battles, but it basically comes down between the servants. That's why a master needs to commit the utmost diligence and effort to summoning a servant. Discontented, I decided to come up with projections for the battles to come. Before long, it's 11 p.m. Yes, I fixed the Yes, I fixed the clocks already. Archer comes home. Figures. Lancer was all alone, and his master didn't seem like the type to show themselves. Everything can't go according to plan, so there's no use worrying over it. I'll just give up and treat tonight as a learning experience. Archer doesn't say it, but I could tell he thinks that it's the right course of action. Oh. I must look pretty depressed right now, huh? Archer nods in understanding. Actually, he's making a rather mixed expression. Aha. Archer's making a funny face. Look at him. He's making such a funny face. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so funny. Look at him. Tee. Archer drops all pretense. Ah, right. Once the Holy Grail's won, the victorious master's wish has nothing to do with the servant. But that's weird. Father mentioned that servants have their wishes too. but that's her own business. It shouldn't matter to Archer whether or not I have a wish. Archer looks at me with a strange expression. Man, he's stubborn. Archer sighs and shrugs. Maybe he's fed up with me, but he finally relaxes. I don't know how to respond to comments like that, so I wish he'd stop making them. Do I need to spell it? Yeah, because you are without doubt the strongest master. Ooh. I don't need any reason other than that. Archer usually acts like a smartass, so this insincerity is blindsiding me. Fucking hell. Admittedly, I'm happy he feels this way. I've come to trust him, and he's come to trust me. I don't think this mutual statement is a bad thing. As he nags, oh fucking hell no, you back. As he nags me, Archer holds out the pen and I left at school. Archer avoids eye contact as he passes the pen to me, looking almost bashful. I accept it. To be honest, I'm not sure whether to be embarrassed or play it off right now. The pen is as I left it. As I thought, it doesn't really have any energy left. It's just a magical jewel now that it's empty. But to put it on Archer's terms, maybe still has meaning as a memento of my father, even without its power. I suppose I can laugh this off as a net win, since I spent up my trump card to save someone's life. I jolt up in my seat. I wasn't thinking straight while I lamented what I lost, but as I pull myself together, it strikes me. He saw us, so I sought to alter his memories. Meanwhile, Lancer prioritized eliminating witnesses over fighting us. Lancer's thinking should reflect that of his master, which means if a master who went out of their way to kill a witness finds out that he survived, they won't let him live. Ooh. I stand up from the sofa. It's already been 3 hours. I might not make it in time, but I can't let this happen. Not after all the trouble I went through. I sprint through the night. Fortunately, I know where he lives. Not because I bothered to find out, but because someone I happen to know goes over to his place often. I've never been there personally. Archer gripes unenthusiastically. It's going to be as much of a struggle to rescue this guy now as it was to save him earlier. It's midnight. The sky is shrouded in clouds. I arrive at an old samurai estate. The building closest to the outside shows no signs of life. There aren't many neighboring houses, so it's unlikely anyone would come even if noticed by something was amiss. My breath mists white. The wind picks up. It must be pretty strong because the clouds are starting to move. I find myself trembling despite the temperate Fuiki weather, and a chill runs down my spine. People call Fuiki a harm place, but you can feel the winter chill from the hilltops. The air is bitingly cold. The chill presses in and makes it hard to hear. In the midst of the air that seems conquered by the cold, I keenly sense the enemy. He's here, Lancer from earlier. I bite my lip. Something's on the other side of the wall. Lancer must have already infiltrated the house, waiting for its witless owner to come to home. Whatever. I don't have to read 100% accurately, okay? It's fine. Just as I'm about to order Archer to go in. A flash. From the house emerges a radiant white light as bright as the sun. Its presence is all-consuming. The power radiating from Lancer is being washed away from the newcomer's even greater aura. An instantaneous explosion I'm trying to understand the sentence here. Hold up. An instantaneous explosion of ether gives the spirit physical form. Okay. And the summoned being overpowers Lancer. All I could do is whisper in awe. But the truth is staring at me in the face. As if to prove the point, Lancer bounds over the wall, fleeing the compound. Archer is calm. Meanwhile, my rational thought goes flying out the window. What happens next should have been obvious, but I'm not thinking straight. There's strong gusts of wind. The clouds cover the sky like an umbrella. Darkness shrouds the lightless outskirts of the town. A servant leaps over the wall and lands gracefully, like an unworldly bird. Archer reacts. I fail to even twitch in response. That's my fault. The fight ends before even a second passes. 1 second might be a brief instant to me, but it's a massive opening to a servant. Blade wind closes in on me. Archer lunges in front of me, while the servant cuts him deeply. It really was just an instant. Is Archer, who so gracefully fended off the Lancer's brutal assault, going down in one hit? I made it in time. Before a servant's next strike takes off Archer's head, I force him to retreat. Pain throbs in my right hand. Because it's such an extreme order, I used up one of my command spells. Now I only have one left. But this is for the best. It's worth losing a command spell or two to make sure Archer doesn't die. Without skipping a beat, the servant comes for me next. I pull out a wind-imbued topaz and the feed of magical energy directly into it without any extra steps. A cluster of wind spells that I've been feeding into it day after day, and they're enough to blow away a house or two without leaving a trace. This is one of the 10 jewels I've been building up for the last 17 years, without skipping a single day. Even if I can't beat the same with it, it should be enough to slow. Cringe, it doesn't work. Or not. It didn't work at all. The moment it touches the servant, what ought to have been a tempest of what would hew apart anything in its path disappears like a simple stage magic trick. What a terrifying magic resistance. Are you telling me that a mage doesn't have enough magical energy to hurt this servant? Oh no. My magecraft doesn't work, and I've lost Archer's projection. I have no way to stop the servant. Even if I barely manage to dodge the first attack, I'm finished. I look up at the night sky. In it, I imagine a ruthless reaper coming for me, sprawled pitifully on the ground. The Grim Reaper, behold, death itself. The wind blows. Through a break in the clouds, the moon peeks out through the spiral-like sky. Moonlight highlights her elegant profile. So this is the face of a servant who drove off Lancer, took down my archer in one blow, and shrugged off my magecraft like it was nothing. The girl's voice rings like a bell. Yeah, her voice is the stuff of nightmares at this moment. The sword she's thrust at me seems to shine. I know that this is my dying moment. Our glance is enough to figure that out. This is the card I wish to draw. The sword-wielding hero said to be the most powerful servant. I look up at the moon, prepared to die. There's no room to beg for my life. There's no time to escape. With my death, Rin-Tosaka's Holy Grail War will have ended on the third day. You think I go out hating my foe, feeling nothing but shame and regret, but I don't feel that way at all. Something seriously wrong with me. I'm one moment away from a certain death, and here I am, entranced by my killer. Yeah. It's frustrating to be sure. But there's nothing I can do now. The strongest servant is going to kill me. She looks all at once heartless, utterly noble, and so very beautiful. Death. Death. Oh, I need to mute this. I need to mute. What the fuck? Whoa, hold up. I think my audio's messed up. Hold up. This is weird. Don't tell me my audio is off. You can't hear this whole thing? Hold on, I'm gonna mute this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna mute this. You couldn't hear this entire fucking thing. Damn, that sucks. Hold up. What the fuck is happening here? So, yeah, you can't hear that. Let me... Properties? Maybe? Default? What the fuck? That is so weird. Okay. Okay, I finished the prologue now. Nice. But I don't think you were able to hear anything. So let me go back to the... I think you're able to hear me, but I don't think you're able to hear like the music or the sound effects or any of the voice acting. So that's cool. Did I seriously butcher that? One might think that swordplay is... According to my father's servants, typically only have one weapon. Yeah, I was right. Cringe. Cringe. Okay, yeah, you can't hear the... Okay, as soon as I tried connecting these, audio cut. Fuck this. Okay, well, prologue's done, so now I can actually start the game. So I'll have to restart the stream and start again later. So yeah, this is fun. Nice not having any audio work at all, thanks to this. Let me undo this. Undo. That's so weird. Yeah, I'm trying to fix this, but like right now it's like not... I'm trying to fix this while I'm on stream, but it's just not working. Mixer. Desktop audio 2. Well, no, I want desktop audio normal to be working, but that doesn't seem to be up at all. Okay, yeah. So I'll have to restart the stream in order to continue. But I was thinking about stopping here anyway. Anyway, that's about it. Yeah. That's Fate Stay Night, the prologue. I'll start again later. All right, see you guys.